Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We have returned to discuss Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 12. And this was a pretty interesting episode. A lot of new information, I think. A lot of piecing together of old information.
Yeah.
And I know you're burning to share a big thing that happened that you noticed and I don't know if I know this, so hit me.
Yeah. A lot of new faces. A lot of old faces.
New faces, new names. Old faces, old names.
Yeah. But among those names, we found out some information. I think, if I'm interpreting this correctly, and of course it's a challenge, but if I'm interpreting this correctly, I am now officially no longer being skeptical. I now believe that, in fact, the scene where Bing comes in and says, "Has anybody seen Billy?" Indeed is significant, and indeed refers to the farmer character. I think you were 100% correct.
Yeah.
I think that was confirmed by this episode, and I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that. So I did catch that. I always try to catch
that.
I always try to catch when I'm right about something because it happens very frequently.
I was kind of hoping you hadn't, so I could give you the pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
But,
I put that together. And you know, as you were referencing, I was pretty staunch supporter of the idea that they would not have included that scene if it was completely worthless, just like a complete. Yeah, and again, it did make sense if Billy was the farmer, or sorry, Billy. I still forget who's who because of the whole confusion about the subtitle and everything.
Billy's the farmer, because he says, "Has anybody seen Billy?" And we find out in this one, Billy's the one who's missing, and
Billy's
also
missing.
his truck got stolen.
Yes.
So all that stuff fits together pretty well. Now, once we get into detail with what she says, it's still pretty confusing. But I think at the very least, it's safe to say that you were right about that scene.
Nice. Well, I will take that victory because there will be little else coming in that arena for the rest of the show, I'm sure. Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, it's we were sort of talking about Game of Thrones before we started recording this podcast, and it's tough when you know, to a degree, know a show and you know the sort of storytelling style and you're trying to figure out what happens. But, you know, there's always that danger in sort of like second guessing plot or like overthinking sort of things. And you go, oh, I think it's going to be this thing. And then a double cross will happen. And it'll really be this thing. And then this is a red herring. And this is, you know, but it's like sometimes story plots are just straightforward, you know, and it's what you would just normally expect. And so that's why, with the anybody seen Billy scene, it was like, my instinct is telling me this matters, but there's also that idea that, it might not matter, you know, so it's like with these things, you can, you know, almost always have supporting evidence or, you know, good theories on either side of the idea. So it's interesting that they made that clear. I guess the outstanding issue really in terms of that whole scene back in that part was, why didn't they credit the farmer as Billy instead of Farmer?
It's bizarre. Because, like, I mean, they implied at least that either something happened to him or, you know, like they cut to his place and showed him not there. So, it's sort of weird. That was one of my arguments, you know, like why I didn't think that was true. But, you know, it's sort of like I would say, well, they did it not to spoil the audience, but like Richard Horn.
I was going to say maybe it's the inverse of the Richard Horn thing. Like they're like, well, if we credit this character as Billy, then it'll be clear who Billy is. And so let's not do that, you know, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but
it seems like that would be such a minor thing compared to the Richard Horn thing. Like, okay, he's talking about the farmer guy. That's fine. I mean, I don't know, like that. His name's Billy. I mean, that seems like it's a weird decision to me.
And I wonder if it's like, is it well, this doesn't really work because they credited Bing as Bing. Because I was gonna say, maybe someone in the scene has to call them that name before they get credited that name.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't think that's
Bing,
true though.
yeah, it's not true because Bing, no one said Bing.
And like Sam, whatever his name was, now it's escaping.
The Sam and Tracy Sam.
Yeah.
Sam Colby.
Sam Colby. Yeah. I don't think anyone ever called him Sam or Colby.
Yeah, they didn't. Tracy didn't ever call them Sam?
I don't think so. I don't think she ever said his name.
God, that feels like 10 years ago.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, man, that feels like such a long time ago. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so there's no general sort of framework here in how they're crediting people. As I can, we've talked about it before. Some people get named just what their job title is. Some people get one word. Some people get two names.
Yeah.
Person last. Yeah, it's all over the place. But okay, yeah. Well, like I said, I'm happy that turned out right. Now, I am still a little bit wanting some resolution on the two scenes in the double R that they cut back and forth together over there.
Yeah, now I'm standing by my skepticism on that.
That it doesn't matter that we see
that it's a continuity error. Yeah,
that Bing comes in and says, "Anybody seen Billy?" Then he runs away, and then the next shot, he's having dinner inside the place, and he gets up to go pay, or he gets up to go to the front or something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stick with my instinct here.
Go for it. Go. Hey, you know what? I mean, you can be right twice, but yeah.
Because again,
even though I was wrong the first time.
Why learn a lesson?
Exactly.
I think the fact that they were playing that song Sleepwalk and then they overdubbed some creepy music, I can't imagine what that could mean that they have this person twice. There is something else I guess we could talk about generally, this idea that there's scenes taking place in other timelines. That's been an idea for a while.
Speaking of overthinking things along those lines, there's a lot of hand wringing going on about the Audrey scene in general. Oh, let me just point out that an implication of the Audrey scene is that she's having an affair with Farmer. Which, if you came up with that, I think I would have to just kill myself, because how the fuck would you ever come up with that?
Oh man, no, no one could come up with that. No one would have any reason to think Audrey was having an affair with Farmer, who was in one scene and then disappeared. And that would be her sort of entrance into the show, is worrying about this guy. There's just anyone who guessed that doesn't get credit anyway, because it wasn't reasonable.
Exactly. There's nothing to go on to connect that at all. Zero clues.
Well, and we do get back to the original theme, one of the original themes of Twin Peaks, which is just infidelity and multiple lovers, So she's married to this guy, but she's seeing this other guy, So they come straight away back to that. Welcome back, Audrey. Obviously, with this episode, that was huge. We've been waiting on her the whole series.
Right. That's what I was going to say. It's just that there's a lot of hand-wringing going on about that scene in terms of people coming up with various explanations, she's still in a coma and it's all in her head. It's a delusion and she's crazy. It's a dream. She's acting. I've heard all these, and everyone's losing their mind. And for me, the key thing that makes me believe that's not true and that it's just a scene in the real world, as real as any scene in Twin Peaks is the Billy stuff. I mean, it all corroborates things that we saw independently happen. So it's it just doesn't add up to me. I don't know exactly why everyone's so convinced.
I don't know why people want this sort of storytelling to be more complex than it already is. Yeah. And we've talked about this a lot on the podcast, this sort of modern pop culture sort of on-demand consumerism, theoryism, sort of conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
Like that we can't just take the author's word for what is happening, because sometimes they trick us, which is true. Sometimes they do trick us. But it's sort of it's almost like some weird version of PTSD or something, where like, because we've been sort of tricked or led astray in other stories and TV shows, that we always have to be on guard now, even if it's unreasonable to be on guard about what we're really seeing. So this whole idea, before that, which I hope most people don't believe anymore, but that like the Dougie stuff in Las Vegas was in 2003, and then the other stuff is in 2015. There's dual timeline.
Yeah.
I do blame Westworld for this largely, since it was the most recent thing that had this kind of dual timeline stuff. Spoiler alert. Yeah. And but yeah, I don't know why people really want to just make things more. And the idea that like we're 12 parts in and then they're just going to give us a 10-minute dream sequence without ever establishing the character being what situation she's in. People have talked about her before and didn't ever say, well, that Audrey, she's still in that coma. Like it would just be, and why is it a dream? Like why a dream? Why is because like what's so weird that this necessitates it being a dream? What are people saying with that?
Yeah, I don't know what the main thing is. I know there's a lot of things. I think they just found the scene strange in general. But yeah, I guess I'm not really sure. I know they
stranger than Gordon and Albert finding the sky portal. I mean, really?
I know. Well, that's the thing. It's like, just because the scene is strange doesn't mean it's happening in some kind of delusion or dream or whatever.
It's called Twin Peaks, guys. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of baffling to me. I get the sense that really, I mean, this is me like armchair psychoanalyzing or whatever, but that a lot of people were sort of, because Audrey took a long time to appear, they had like built up in their mind some kind of crazy storyline that she would be in, or they had higher expectations for what her character would be.
Okay, I can understand that, because my big criticism of this scene was really her entrance into the show, which is that they just cut to her. Yeah. And there's no, cinematography, there's no... Cinematography? What did I say?
Cinematography? I think that's what you said.
I think that's what I said.
You made it an adverb.
I was trying to. I think. That word wise, they didn't revere the character as much as I thought they should have. They didn't sort of give her any sort of entrance that is worthy of her stature in the pantheon of characters for the show. So I was a little disappointed that they just like cut to her and she's just standing there, and it's like you're just sort of jarred a bit by Audrey just being there with no like no pan across, no nothing, just a little something to be like, okay, here, or her even entering the room. You know what I mean? Just a little something to like put her return on the show on a bit of a pedestal. So I guess I can understand that, your armchair psychoanalyzing sort of idea that because, people thought she was the billionaire. I thought she was the billionaire at a certain point, and it's sort of this idea of like, okay, she's got a big important thing. So when we finally do see her and nothing that big is really going on, then you can't, people can't let go of that exactly. Attaching her to this big idea. So they say, oh, okay, well, what else in this scene could be big that, we don't know about? And it's like, oh, she's dreaming. Why? Because.
Right. Yeah. I mean, basically just coming up with any way where, like, this scene didn't literally happen, Like that's kind of what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. And actually, I thinking back, I feel like that's at least part, I would guess like part of the motivation for the Las Vegas Dougie stuff too. Like it's like, can we somehow make this like out of the story? Mm-hmm. Can we separate this from everything somehow. Like,
Yeah.
like basically like I don't like this and I would like to get rid of
Yeah.
it somehow.
But I think that's a dangerous impulse, though, right?
Oh yeah.
Because it diverts you from trying to get at what the story is actually telling you.
Yeah.
And instead of saying, like, okay, well, I don't necessarily like the Dougie stuff, but considering that the story seems to be it's integrated in the same timeline as everything else, how can this make sense, or how can this be good or lead to something interesting? Which is where I think we try to approach this stuff from, instead of
Yeah.
like parsing it out on the front end and saying, okay, let's separate it out so that we don't
Right.
have to deal with it not being that interesting, or it being too weird or something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to me, like getting development on the Billy storyline slash Varmer, like, I mean, that was significant enough. I mean, that was something that they had set up and was just hanging there. Andy going to meet this guy, like,
Mm-hmm.
what happened? Like, it was strange, and there's been like no comment on it since. And the idea that the idea that it was connected to Bing coming in and so on. Like, I mean, I guess like it's not as big as like Audrey being the billionaire, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, to me, like it's enough that I believe the scene, happened, more or less as we see it, and that
Yeah.
it's taking place in the real world, and this is just what her life is. I don't know why. There's obviously like some unexplained things. There's the elephant in the room, which is like, I mean, again, once we get into the details, we can really like try to take this apart more. But like, I mean, the elephant in the room is Richard Horne, right? I mean, he should
Mm-hmm.
be her son, and it's weird that like she had an affair with Billy the farmer whose truck Richard
Mm-hmm.
used to hit the boy, and she's talking about Billy being missing, and meanwhile Richard's like, he killed the boy, he tried to murder Miriam, and he's on the run, and Sheriff Truman's going to Ben about it, and no one even mentions Audrey, and yet she's clearly in Twin Peaks because she's talking about going to the Roadhouse.
Yeah.
So like she can't be far away. So it's just that is like, I think perhaps that's one of the things they're clinging on to. Like, why is no one like talking about Audrey? Why isn't, you know what I mean? It seems like such an obvious thing. Like, I was sure they were going to talk about Richard sooner or later, and like, and they of all the names they mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
not a one of them is Richard.
Yeah, it was almost like they kept just mentioning names to obfuscate talking about Richard. Like, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So, I
And
mean, is there any crackpot theory that Audrey, thinks that Farmer is Billy's? I mean, Farmer is Richard's father.
I haven't heard anyone say that, but
Okay.
I guess it's a possibility.
Because I mean, I was just thinking of that connection. Like, if she's having an affair with him, and then Richard's connected to Farmer taking his truck, like maybe he's like, well, "That's my dad." I'm taking Dad's truck.
That's hilarious. Well, we're gonna have to reckon with this Chuck character, because like he's involved somehow.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go over the names, because the
Yeah,
names just kept coming, and I was
it's
just
pretty
like,
ridiculous.
I quit. I can't keep up with what's
The last
happening
two
here.
scenes are just filled with random names.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so I think I have it together. Going over it slowly with captions. I think I put together what they're saying, who did what, who said what, and whatever. Here's what they said. But yeah, we're gonna have to deal with Chuck. Is it Richard Chuck Horne? Is it Richard Charles Horne or something? Does he just go by Chuck and
I
they don't
see.
know that? Like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Chuck supposedly is the one who stole the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, that's where it gets. Did Chuck give the truck to Richard? And it's just some weird coincidence. Like, I really don't understand what happened there. That's the strange part of that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I still believe it's connected, though, even though I
Yeah.
can't quite make sense of it. The fact that it's Billy, that's just too much of a coincidence for me to believe, and that his truck was taken, like, and he's missing. I mean, it's just hard for me to believe that's not connected to Billy. Where anybody seen Billy and the farmer, with the truck? I mean,
Yeah.
there's too many dots there. Even though I still can't make sense of all these characters.
Well, and there's that line. Billy came out of the house and saw Chuck driving off with his truck. So, is this the scene where they cut back to the farmer's house and the door's open, and it's open because I guess the truck was there, though. Never mind. Sorry, the truck was actually there.
He had the truck back by that point. So he called the police. I mean, that's part of the scene. He called the police and reported his truck stolen, and apparently the police found it and returned it to him, but then he went missing. So I'm assuming that Andy was following up on that, and I guess they got... I'm thinking that maybe the reason Andy was there is they didn't even know that truck was used to kill the boy, and maybe it was just about the fact that it was stolen.
Well, but Farmer was acting really strange. That whole, he was like, I can't talk now.
It seems like he knew, but I'm thinking maybe Andy didn't know.
So that would mean that Richard drove the truck. But that makes me think that Richard didn't ever drive the truck back to Farmer's place, that he left it somewhere.
I think they say the cops found it.
Yeah, so then how would Farmer know that his truck was used to kill the boy?
Well, there would have to be some extra thing where Richard comes by and threatens him or something.
Well, because I originally thought Richard just drove the truck back to Farmer's place and left it.
That's what I thought too.
But now that's not necessarily the case. Okay, so you'd have to figure out the plausibility of Richard leaving the truck somewhere, but then still going to Farmer's place and I don't have your truck, man. But
I mean, maybe he talks to Chuck, and Chuck's like, "Oh yeah, I got it from this guy, Billy." That would just sound like that scene. And so he's like, "Oh, okay, where's Billy?" I don't know. I mean, we have to make up a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, or Chuck did steal the truck, and then Richard stole it from Chuck.
Maybe.
And then maybe that's but Chuck is certifiable, so I don't know if we can count on him for shit.
Well, if Chuck's involved with Richard, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and Audrey's referring to Chuck as Chuck, right? If Richard is her son, she would know his name.
You would think so.
Okay.
You would think so. Yeah. I mean, that's why I was trying to make it like it's his middle name and maybe that's what she calls him. I mean, that would be awkward, but just to try to have it make a little more sense.
Yeah. But in terms of this scene being a dream, I think the biggest evidence that it's not a dream is the fact that dreams on Twin Peaks don't go like this.
Right.
Dreams are actually weird and dreamlike.
Right. Right.
They're not straightforward like this, where people are having a more or less normal conversation.
Yeah.
But okay, so I want to talk about another big thing we found out in this episode.
Oh, okay.
Which was a confirmation, which you had guessed, which was the reasonable guess, but I was a little weirded out in terms of how they presented it, but the idea that the coordinates lead to Twin Peaks.
Oh yeah.
And what I originally thought happened was that when Diane was looking at the picture of Ruth's arm, that she was memorizing the numbers and she was mouthing the numbers, but it looks like she was mouthing the word coordinates. And then when she is I guess texting the numbers, recalling the word coordinates to text, I thought the reveal was that you know how your phone, the keys on your phone have numbers or letters for all the numbers, and the alphabet that goes across the keypad, and I thought what they were revealing was that the word coordinates, if you spell that out with numbers, was the numbers on Ruth's arm. And I thought that's what Diane had realized in that scene, that the coordinates spelled out the word, that the numbers of the coordinates spelled out the word coordinates, and that's how she remembered it. But then I went back and looked at the scene, and of course, coordinates doesn't have the same number of letters as the numbers on Ruth's arms. And then she was like, coordinates +2. And I didn't know what the two... There's no 2 at the end of those numbers. so I didn't know what +2 meant. So anyway, I thought that was a weird thing that they were doing, but they didn't.
My interpretation was that it was a very strange, stylized, like mnemonic device.
Yes, that's what I realized after rewatching it, is that she took the word coordinates and then she memorized the numbers based on the phonetics of coordinates.
Yeah.
So she could remember what they were without having to remember the string of numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which is it was this very like plausible FBI tactic, thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It makes it weird. It's almost like, like she's just typing in like coordinates, and it doesn't matter what they are. Like, I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah. Well, and then it calls back to what you were saying about Albert when he's about to tell Gordon where the coordinates lead to, and he says a small town, and then and then it's like, well, clearly he's about to say Twin Peaks, yet he doesn't sort of tee it up in a way that would suggest it's the Twin Peaks we all know and love, that he had, some fairly memorable experiences at.
And Cooper, I mean, the Cooper connection is that's where he went missing originally. I mean, you would think that would stand out a little more than he made it seem.
I'm wondering, do Gordon and Albert know that Cooper went into the Black Lodge?
I guess I don't know what they know. I mean, I would assume that the police told them what they know.
But I just mean from the show proper. They didn't really ever get that. Okay, because I would assume the police had to, Annie went missing and kidnapped, and and all this stuff with the attack on the Miss Twin Peaks pageant. So I would assume there was a police report. I would assume they would have said, have some record that Cooper went missing. But I guess because he came back, maybe the FBI never read that or never got filed or something. But yeah, I was just wondering if they had any sense that actually happened.
Right. It's possible that they don't know, but I guess, he still went missing from there, like after coming out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was the last time he was seen.
Yeah, now we have this whole emphasis on Project Blue Book and Blue Rose.
Right.
Like they're bringing that back up, which is great because it really recontextualizes the whole Blue Rose thing.
Yeah.
After all this time, like I always thought, Blue Rose was a sort of general symbol for a strange case.
Me too.
But now it's like, no, it's about these specific types of cases that go back to Project Blue Book.
Right.
So that was cool to kind of get that information. A little information, if you will.
I will.
Oh, Lil. What will Lil come back? That'd be so great. Oh man, it'd be so great if Lil's back.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, just miming and dancing and but yeah, so there were some couple big interesting things here. Any other big things that stood out to you? I mean, obviously there's a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, I think no, I mean, I think before going into details, I mean, I think that's I think those are the main things I really wanted to get out in the open before we dive into the scenes. But it's definitely a calmer episode than the last one. There's a lot of there's kind of scene after scene. It felt like maybe scene after scene's going too far, but like a couple of examples in different scenes of certain things that like simple simple actions or concepts or whatever that like should take like 5 seconds of screen time that end up taking like 2, 3, 10, like the simplest thing just goes on forever, and so like that kind of runs the clock without really getting anything done.
I would agree that, yeah, this part seemed to be filled with scenes that could have been so much shorter. I mean, the scene with Sarah at the grocery store, you know, she's freaking out about jerky. That was kind of weird. And then, like, Gordon and his French woman.
Yeah, that would be one example, definitely.
Yeah, and then, of course, the Audrey scene is like 10 minutes long, and I don't know what gets accomplished there.
I mean, we get the Billy reveal, but really, like, the basic idea, like, Billy's missing, we got to go find him. Like, they could have, they could have gotten to that like so much quicker. It's this endless back and forth, and like, oh, I'm sleepy. I love that. Want to go.
I swear, he was great though. This character is so interesting and like a unique actor to play this part, and maybe that's another reason why people thought it was a dream, because he, you know, sort of might harken back to the Man from Another Place or something, you know, just physically or something like that. But yeah, I love that he's like, oh, I'm so tired. I've got a lot of work to do, you know. It just all these like really practical concerns, and you know, I think really the big question with this scene is how did Audrey end up with this guy, you know? Because she, you know, the last person we saw her with was you know, TV's Billy Zane. Yeah. You know,
John Justice Wheeler.
Rose, you know, Rose's lover from Titanic. You know, and he's like, you know, he's like a catch and a half. And so, you know, this like wealthy business guy who's, you know, it's like her dad, you know, all little girls want to marry their daddy. Yeah. You know, the sort of, not, what is that called? The Oedipus is when the guy wants to marry his mom.
Right. It's
What's the
opposite of that?
It's the opposite of that, whatever that is. And, but yeah, so the fact that she ends up with this guy, it calls into question her life choices and what exactly happened there.
Indeed, yeah. There's something to fill in. I would say.
But yeah, we can dive into the episode. I think there's a lot of little details to get into.
All right. Well, let's do it then.
Yeah.
So the first scene, we are in Buckhorn, as is confirmed later, although this hotel is like kind of crazy looking. It's Albert, Tammy, and Gordon drinking some wine, some kind of lounge. Albert gives the history of Project Blue Book, which then I guess led to the Blue Rose concept and task force. Philip Jeffries was in charge, and then Albert, Chet Desmond, and Cooper were recruited. They note that all those people have disappeared mysteriously, except for Albert. And they are now bringing Tammy into the Blue Rose Task Force. And so she accepts that. First little part here. And then Diane comes in. And they tell Diane that they want to deputize her also into the Blue Rose thing. Because they need her help. And I guess she sort of knew some stuff about it anyway, just because of working with Cooper. And I guess she's going to get some money and the satisfaction of knowing what happened to Cooper, which maybe she knows a little more than they do at this point.
And yeah, maybe she's already satisfied.
But Diane says, "Let's rock."
She does not say that.
She does. My God. Which I feel like should be the first like if they didn't already know that she's like kind of you know, a double agent here, the fact that she just readily agrees to this should be a sign, because like her original thing was like, fuck you, I want to go home. You know, and now it's like, yeah, I'll join your task force. Like she's really committing to like going with them, you know.
Yeah. there's a little bit of gray area there with just that she has been with them for so long that it's kind of like, okay, what's one more step towards being with you guys? But yeah, I think in general, maybe that could come off like a red flag. But
it doesn't really matter because they already know.
Well, yeah, exactly. They already know. Yeah, so much here. I mean, the idea that Agent Desmond was part of this task force, and that Philip Jeffries was the head of it, which was strange.
That was strange. Which means that Cooper was part of a task force where he never met the leader until like he had been missing for years. Mm-hmm.
Well, it makes me think. It was sort of. It's weird to say that Philip Jeffries recruited them. Yet.
Yeah, so it could be an error, but I think grammatically, if you listen to it, it could be that he's saying Gordon recruited them.
Okay.
Like that he recruited everybody, but Agent Jeffries was in charge.
Yeah, that makes sense, because what it seems like to me is the recruitment is basically like, hey, here's a weird case, here's a Blue Rose case, I'm gonna send you on it, and if I send you on it, that's you being recruited.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like before anything happens, I'm gonna bring you in and then tell you everything I know, and exactly. It's not CSI.
Right.
It's FBI.
Right. Exactly.
But yeah, so that was, we've always known that there's a connection between these three detectives, or these three agents, and when they investigate cases, they go missing, and there's usually a woman in trouble involved. And so it's nice to get this sort of overall structure with how these guys are related and sort of Gordon's role even and all this stuff, because it really wasn't clear, I don't think, from the show or from Fire Walk with Me, how much Gordon knew. He sends Desmond on the Blue Rose case, but doesn't, it's just not really clear what he really knows, and how much he knows about the strange stuff that's related to this, to these cases.
I think Cooper, when he gets sent to investigate Chet's disappearance, I think when he's doing one of his recordings to Diane, he does say, this is one of Gordon's Blue Rose cases.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that suggests that he knew something, but I agree that it's not really clear how deep in.
Well, because it seems like the Blue Rose cases are all unsolved. Like, it's just like, here's a weird case where some weird stuff is happening, but I don't know what that means. I don't know who's behind it. I don't know, any of that stuff.
Exactly. It makes the connection between Project Blue Book and the Blue Rose stuff, which had long been theorized.
Well, and it's great too that you take Blue Rose and then you get Blue Book. I'm sorry, and then you get Blue Rose. Like that direct just connection with the words is nice.
Yeah,
but that's why it's called Blue Rose, because it's for Blue Book.
Right. Well, apparently there was some woman who said Blue Rose when she was dying.
That's right.
And I've heard it theorized, and it sounds at least semi-plausible, that perhaps that is the girl from the 50s. Because supposedly this occurred in the 70s. So at least I think, based on their timeline, that's what they're talking about. So, you know what I mean? Like, maybe that's who that was. Like, she became whoever it was who said Blue Rose. I mean, clearly the stuff that was happening there, is at least, it's certainly crazy enough to be Blue Rose-ish.
Anyway,
I've heard that theory, and I feel like it's at least plausible. I mean, that's like the third theory that's out there at this point about who that was.
Yeah. Where do we hear about the woman who said that?
This scene.
Oh. I was thinking back to the series. I'm like, when did they say a woman said that?
When Albert's giving the history in this scene. Okay. Yeah, we didn't know that before.
Okay.
We didn't know that before. but yeah, he says that there was this woman who was involved, I guess, in one of these early
Oh,
cases,
that's right.
and as she was dying, she said Blue Rose, and that's how it got its name.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. It's so funny too because that whole idea of a woman sort of saying "Blue Rose" reminds me of this one of my probably the only episode of Unsolved Mysteries I remember, that old TV show, that actually had to do. I wonder if David Lynch saw this episode because it had to do with like this huge big conspiracy, obviously an unsolved mystery. Um, with having to do with like this FBI, and they were in, I think, Nevada maybe, or somewhere in the Southwest, and this guy died, and it was all this stuff. But there was this one moment where, and I told you about this like years ago, this whole crazy thing where there was like this dollar bill, and there was like these names on it, and it's like this
Oh
code,
yeah,
like all these codes, and it was like just super interesting. But like one of the strange things that happened is like this woman calls one of the investigators or somebody, and she says something like "Blue Eyes." She's like, or I think she referred to herself as Blue Eyes, or I think something like that. But anyway, it makes me think of that, like Blue
oh yeah,
Rose and Blue Eyes and Blue Book.
that's weird.
Yeah, and it had to do with the FBI and all that. So I wonder if that got into his subconscious, that whole episode.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's right. The woman. That's right. So it's interesting. The idea that she could be the girl. Okay, okay.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, there isn't really anything there except that she's female and the timeline works roughly, and we know a crazy bug insect thing from Experiment crawled into her. So it seems like she could have been involved. If she's not like a current character, if she's not Linda or Sarah Palmer,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but she's supposed to have some significant role in the story because, like, I feel like they wouldn't have spent that much time on her if she didn't have some role in the story.
And it also harkens back to Citizen Kane's Rosebud.
Oh
This
yeah,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah,
phrase being uttered before you die, and it sort of means something
definitely.
significant. So I do wonder now that it's seemingly a reference to something and not just the sort of title of the task force. If we'll find out what Blue Rose is, is that something to do with experiments, or like Blue Rose is a place, like the Sycamores or something, and it like identifies some weird place in the world where weird things happen.
Right.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, and Major Briggs' head said that
Mm-hmm.
when it
Mm-hmm.
floated by. So, yeah, that's a good thought. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe found out what that was supposed to mean.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, I mean, that's interesting. It's really hard to know specifically at this point,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, something along those lines that works for me.
So it's interesting they're bringing Tammy in.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that like they've been watching her since high school. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to just like harp on this over and over again, but like it's really hard for me not to find this kind of creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did that happen exactly? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
what do you just like keep track of everyone that's in the top of their class? Like, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing, Gordon?
Everyone who looks good in heels.
Yeah, I know, I know. Oh God. It's like I mean I'm glad they're at least trying to say, even though they haven't really shown it in the series, like they're trying to say somehow that she's qualified, she's good,
Mm-hmm.
she has something to her beyond her appearance. But yeah, it's just weird the idea that they were watching it. We were keeping track of you since high school, just waiting for you to
Yeah.
be old enough to join us. Ugh.
Yeah. Uh, Yeah, making the honors list at a high school seems like not really the first qualification to being an FBI. Maybe she's the daughter of someone who was an agent or something, or there's some other sort of reason why they had to believe that she was going to be a good agent besides her, what they obviously just say in this episode.
Right.
But yeah, one of the strangest things, and I think it's almost as strange as anything else on the show, the sort of explicitly strange stuff, is just how much time that they've spent on this, and how overt they have made this whole idea of Gordon's relationship with beautiful women.
Yeah.
And we have a whole extended scene like later with the French woman, and it's the kind of thing, and it goes back to what we were saying before about his interest in Shelley back in season 2. Which came off very innocent and interesting, because he could hear her
charming and fun and harmless.
And he he like kisses her 5 minutes within meeting her or whatever, and and it seems like, oh, it's okay, it's just Gordon, but then the first thing we get from Gordon, more or less the first thing we get in the scene with Denise is like, okay, Gordon, I know your ways. And who knew how much of a setup that was going to be for really underpinning this whole relationship he has with Tammy. And even in the, what was it, the previous part, we mentioned how, he's got his arm around her when they're laughing and giggling at Constance and Albert. And that was awkward. And so not only is the show bringing it up as a theme and a plot line, but Albert as a character within the show is seemingly... what's the word? Like, giving feedback to this idea, I guess. He's responding in some way to this dynamic, seemingly disapproving, but it's really hard to tell what exactly he's trying to communicate. But yeah, it's so interesting, and I don't know what that is. I don't know why that's important at all as a thing to bring up, because it really distracts from his character.
Yeah.
While giving him an extra dimension, it just kind of distracts from just like the role his character has as like the lead investigator of the sort of main mysteries here. So yeah, it's very strange that they would focus that much time, which makes me think there's going to be some sort of payoff, some sort of culmination of all this stuff.
Yeah.
Is he going to learn a lesson? Is it going to get him killed? Is it going to, what's the resolution to this whole idea? And he's a bit oblivious, even though people are bringing it up. He still seems sort of oblivious to it. Right. So, and why does it matter? And is it a necessity with this whole violence towards women sort of thing that happens on the show, that we need, this character to be dealing with this issue? Or, is it supposed to parallel, like, Leland's improper relationship with Laura, or that whole thing, or even, any of the older men who've, Ben and all, Jerry and all those people, so yeah, it's very, it's such a weird, I mean, of all the things you could guess of this season would be about, you would never guess that, very strange.
Yeah, and there's something meta about it too, since David Lynch is playing the character and, casting these various roles, directing them, having them, dress and, appear in a certain way. It's like, it's sort of like he's commenting on himself, which is very strange. It's a weird experience, and it's not 100% clear what he's saying about it.
Yeah,
So yeah, I guess that's where I want to get to the end point, so I can like figure out why they're highlighting this so much. Because I agree. Going in, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they would you know, since we're spending so much time with these characters, that they would kind of add something. Yeah, because we didn't really know much about Gordon except that he was in charge, and he has hearing loss, and he's kind of weird, but like like in terms of like a specific, say, character flaw or however you want to describe it, we didn't have anything like that. Even though, like, again, like you said, in retrospect, the Shelley scene seems like it's pointing in that direction now.
Yeah, now.
But I didn't really see it that way then.
Yeah, it's just a strange thing, and even though it is meta because Lynch is writing this and playing the part, but it's still unclear how aware he is of how it comes off.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how he wants it to play.
Is it supposed to still play as charming and innocent, and you're supposed to maybe like Gordon, that he still has this like youthful vigor,
right?
And that's supposed to be interesting. I guess the big thing, I mean, the French woman obviously sort of reciprocated his advances, but like with Tammy, it's not that he's really done anything too overt towards her, but like, it's not like she is like, oh, Gordon, you're just the best, and she's not being overly flirtatious with him like ever,
right?
So it doesn't. So that would be one way that they could sort of soften the impact of this dynamic, is if the women were like all about it,
right?
But since they're not doing that, it does sort of make it come off a bit stranger, and that he's just old school,
Yeah.
To repeat a phrase there.
Yeah.
But okay, yeah, I guess we'll get more. Like I said, they've been focusing on this too much to, I think, not give us some sort of culmination. And then when it culminates, we'll see what happened because of it. And maybe that should tell us why it was part of the plot here.
Yeah.
We'll see how that whole thing works. And it, maybe Tammy's not to be trusted. I would have a crackpot theory that Tammy's the one like texting Mr. C, and framing Diane if we didn't sort of see Diane, do it explicitly.
Right.
But so maybe it's that, like, Gordon is blinded by her beauty or whatever, and then that's gonna bite him later, because he wasn't on top of his game. Because he had his guard down, because he's got so Mr. C sends Tammy in to, be a spy or something. But yeah, that whole line that we've been watching you this whole time is very strange. And again, like, this whole thing about high school girls, which is the whole thing with the show.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So that, they could have said the other things and it would have been clear enough what they meant. Yeah, just throwing that in was like some weird detail that I don't really understand.
Yeah, it's like, I've been watching you since you aced that spelling test in elementary school.
No, it's not that far from. It's like, ugh. Why were you there, Gordon? Ugh.
Yeah, how does that really work? And I'm like, is George Washington High? Maybe that's a high school in DC.
That's what I assume.
So there, or maybe the sort of greater DC area, because I think Quantico's in Virginia.
Yeah.
So, but maybe it's near the FBI. So they're keeping an eye out for just like regional talent, which I could sort of buy.
Yeah.
But it's very, very interesting little detail there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're supposed to take that as strange, but yeah, in light of everything else, it came off kind of creepy.
So we need to talk about the elephant in the room, which is Diane saying "Let's rock."
Oh, sure, yeah. What do you think about that?
I mean, so the fact that the context here is the Blue Rose Task Force, which goes back to Agent Desmond, which is, the last words related to his case that we kind of saw, on the windshield at the original Fat Trailer Park. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you make of that? I mean, is it? I guess I could imagine that Cooper recorded a tape to Diane and says, was looking for Agent Desmond, couldn't find him, only saw "Let's Rock" written in lipstick on a windshield.
Yeah.
But why she would refer to that in any sort of subtle or overt way, I don't know. Or is it sort of just a meta thing? Because I think this is the kind of thing the casual Twin Peaks viewer might not remember happened.
Right.
So it could be just a sort of meta thing that if you, like an Easter egg, so
Right.
if you know it happened, it's a little thing, but it's a common enough phrase for the situation of her sort of agreeing to do this that it's, not totally out of left field.
Yeah. I am starting to wonder, like, how much she knows.
Mm-hmm.
The incident with the woodsman killing Hastings, and now this, like, it's, you're right, like, that's the most logical thing that she, if Cooper dictated his dream, she could have gotten it from there too.
Oh, good point.
Though I don't know if I guess, like, well, this is one of those, like, retcon things where it's not really possible. It's not clear that Cooper ever made the connection between the arms saying "Let's Rock" in his dream and the "Let's Rock" from the car where Chet Desmond disappeared.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like it's logical that but does she know more about that? How much does she know, I guess, about say those disappearances? What did Evil Cooper tell her? What does he even know about?
Well, yeah, exactly. And if she does know where "Let's Rock" comes from, either the dream or the windshield, why would she say it here? Why would she tip her hand at all?
Yeah.
Unless she knows that they don't know about that at all. But that's still very tricky, I think, to try to do.
Right.
And she makes this weird hand gesture.
Yeah.
Which is it seems very specific, especially because, like, she covers up her face a little bit with her hand, which I think is a thing actors sort of know, if they're doing that or not. So the fact that she does it, I think, is very, specific.
Yeah.
Which makes me think, like, David Lynch is like, do this exactly.
Yeah.
And so are we gonna get a scene where, like, Gordon interpretates her fingers and he's like, these two fingers are the lying fingers?
Oh no.
And if two fingers are up, that means you're down. And like, it just made me think of the hands, when he told Tammy to think about that.
Right.
Which I'm still waiting for her to be like, hey, Gordon, I thought about that, and this is what I think. My brain really wants a follow-up to just solidify that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tammy, did you finish thinking about that? Gordon, yes, I did. But yeah, so anyway, I'm still baffled that Diane is seemingly on the dark side. I'm still baffled by that they have her. I'm still holding out hope that there's a real good explanation. It's got to be real good. Something. It's got to be really good, Diane. Come on now. Don't let her blow down.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, like, Diane's been one of the more interesting elements of this part of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Since her introduction. Like, I think adding in that element, like, if it was just the original thing, it wouldn't be as interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. That with this whole FBI team here, she is the sort of wrench thrown in, because otherwise it'd be a bit more straightforward. And now there's just 4 people on the FBI team investigating what's going on, and so now we have this extra subplot with what her real motivations are, and the fact that keeping her close, they're bringing her into the task force, which
super
means
close.
Like they won't have any reason to, like, talk. In secret, obviously, except for when they need to talk in secret,
which they'll still do, I'm sure.
They'll still do. But on the surface, in terms of how it comes off to Diane, they're bringing her in, and
Yeah.
so yeah. This whole thing about her wardrobe too, I find very interesting. The bright color she wears, and largely primary colors, and I do think Lynch is very in tune to colors. And generally having meaning, and so I'm curious about what that might be. If there's any themes or symbols related. She's bringing a kind of reddish color here primarily, and then later she's in green, and we know the red and green with the traffic light is a whole thing. So I do wonder about that. Like, red is when she's lying, and green is when she's truthful, or something like that. This room that they're in, this lounge, has red curtains, which I found very strange.
Oh yeah, I definitely noticed that.
Yeah, because I'm like,
stood out.
There's just red curtains in the world. The Black Lodge doesn't have the monopoly on red curtains.
Right.
Right. So yeah, it's interesting. But if you're David Lynch or Mark Frost and you're setting up this scene, like, what would make you want to have this room have red curtains? Why is that the intuitive idea to have?
Yeah.
What are you? Because it's obviously a connection to like one of the most iconic or the most iconic place on the show.
Definitely.
So why would they set this scene, in the sort of general context of like the Black Lodge? Any
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I mean, the Let's Rock thing, and I guess, I mean, they're talking about the Blue Rose stuff and all that. I mean, there's things that are sort of tangentially connected to the Black Lodge. But yeah, I don't, maybe it'll make sense later. I really have no idea. It's not clear why. I mean, it seems on the surface like this scene could have been set in any sort of hotel lounge with any kind of curtains or no curtains.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what to make of it. It's weird.
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of a crazy hotel, really.
Yeah.
Buckhorn.
For Buckhorn, yeah, the Buckhorn Holiday Inn. It's very, very fancy.
Very fancy.
There's also like a green chair in the background behind Diane. There's something up with Diane and colors, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Man, what a weird start. What a very strange start.
It is. Yeah. I kind of thought after all the crazy FBI stuff last time, we wouldn't get any more of them. And I guess it is like a cool down from last week. Like, obviously, like, nothing as dramatic as going to the site and the vortex, the swirling vortex, and the dirty bearded men in a room, and Hastings' death, and I mean, all that stuff was pretty high drama.
Yeah.
They're kind of just sitting around in hotels, like, talking about stuff, but it was still more than I thought we would get. I thought they would kind of shift the focus for one.
Yeah, so as a quick tangent, back to the dirty men in the room.
Oh, sure.
I don't remember this exactly. Maybe you have read this also online, but I remember someone online connecting like the wallpaper in that shot. So
I've
what was
seen that.
Yeah? So the shot that Gordon sees of the dirty bearded man on the stairs. What was the connection there? The wallpaper was connected to what?
So I think the wallpaper was something like the wallpaper that you see in the photo. Is photo the right word? The picture that
the
Tremont gives, Laura and Fire Walk With Me to hang on our wall. I think that's the connection.
That's right. That's what I heard. Okay.
Yeah.
That's huge.
So maybe that's connected to the convenience store or something.
Yeah, that's huge. That's like such a small detail, but that's a huge connection to especially since the idea of that,
you got a freeze frame to catch that.
Yeah, the idea of that whole room that the Tremonts bring Laura into, and then like her sort of it's weird because it's a dream, you know, and sort of she sort of dreams that she goes into the picture,
Yeah.
and then like, you know, the grandson sort of opens the door to the Black Lodge, and then she's sort of in the Black Lodge, but only her sort of, you know, non-corporally, right? Like,
Right.
you know, the man from another place like holds the ring up to the camera, but the camera is like Laura.
Right.
And I think Dale even looks to the camera, doesn't he?
Addresses
And
her. Yeah.
yeah,
Don't take the
exactly.
ring,
Don't take
Laura.
the ring.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how that whole thing happened. So the idea that room, that, you know, she was going through all those different rooms, is some sort of gateway, or some sort of place that that leads to the Black Lodge. It maybe not be the Black Lodge explicitly, but you know, maybe some middle place or some some sort of connecting hallway, or, you know, system that goes there, and that the woodsman can go there too. Yeah, does it lead to the convenience store? Because, you know, even in the convenience store scene, when Man from Another Place leaves with Bob, they kind of, don't they go out of a door, or what happens? I'm trying to think how that.
I thought they went straight to the curtains.
That's right. They went. Yeah, that's right. There was curtains, and they went out of there. Yeah. Which makes it, yeah. And so is the convenience store just
which
a
is kind of what
room?
Laura does in the dream, you know, going through the door and then,
Yeah.
you know, then she's in there. I mean, there's a door involved, but
yeah, and
you see the curtains.
Is it? Yeah, you see the curtains. Yeah. Anyway, interesting that they make that small connection back to that. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is the you know, in that shot a couple of parts ago, several parts ago now, where the sort of curtains in the Black Lodge sort of disappear, and we see the checkered floor, or the zigzag floor, sort of go off in eternity, and this sort of this sense that there's this sort of infinite space, and these curtains sort of you know, divvy up this space in a certain way, but that, you know, different, you know, anything can sort of be behind the next curtain or something like that.
Right.
So is the convenience store just a place within one of those, you know, curtains sections?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you pull back the right curtain, and you're in the convenience store / that, you know, house or whatever with the wallpaper? Or is it, you know, is it that kind of thing where everything is sort of within the context of the Black Lodge? Or is the convenience store, you know, / the picture frame house, you know, separate from the Black Lodge, but they're like connected by the curtains or the door, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
I'm shaking my head because it's like, I don't know. I just,
as usual, I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, they didn't really make it clear for Our Walk With Me. You know, this season they've really expanded the idea of like the various kind of supernatural realms or whatever that you can visit. That you know, it did seem like the Purple Sea. The place where the giant and Senorita Dido, and also the place where Cooper goes with Nido and American Girl and stuff.
Nido and Dido? Wow.
Nido and Dido, exactly. Yeah. It seemed like those were not just like chambers in the Black Lodge or whatever, that they were.
Fair enough. Yep.
You know, that he was ejected from there, and that so they're separate. So it seems to me like it's definitely still a possibility that even though you can go between them, you know, the convenience store, and maybe it does have some physical reality too. I'm kind of unclear on that. But it seems like maybe it's just a you know, another place you can go.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't necessarily a part of the Black Lodge, but yeah, I mean, you know. It's really hard to know for sure. It could definitely be that also.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, really nice that we are still getting more of the mythology of how those different worlds work. And, you know, that's one of the big things that's been surprising with this series is just more details about that stuff and the idea that the Black Lodge isn't the only strange place out there.
Yeah.
But there does seem to be a specific sort of framework that they're thinking about and, giving us piecemeal. So hopefully we'll get the other parts to that and have I just hope by the end of the show we do have some kind of concrete sense of how these things are connected and we don't just end the show with still not knowing where, the divisions between these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm reasonably convinced we'll find out more about that. But yeah, I would say before the new series, I would have said that the Black Lodge was pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they talked about the White Lodge, I'm not even convinced that the White Lodge is, the place where the giant is, for example.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that we'll ever see the White Lodge, really. Maybe they've abandoned it. I have noticed that there has been, at least so far, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I'm pretty sure, because it's like that owl thing, where like, no owls. Oh, there was an owl once.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure they haven't referred to the Black Lodge as by name. I don't think anyone said Black Lodge in the new stuff. So I'm kind of wondering if that's just old terminology that maybe they're not even going with, and maybe the White Lodge isn't even relevant anymore, and they've just kind of expanded the cosmos, and like that's just folklore or whatever, and it doesn't have to all be true or something, that kind of.
Well, I would. Well, the argument against the folklore not being true is the last part where like Hawk took out his living map, and gave us some more information. So I feel like the sort of mythology that Hawk has been outlining on the show should still be true, even though it might just be from like a particular perspective that doesn't really know what's really going on. So the idea like, the Black Lodge is where you go and every soul goes and has to meet its doppelganger in order to pass the White Lodge. Like maybe something like that is true, but the idea now that there's all these other worlds that your soul could maybe go to is something that Hawk wouldn't necessarily know. I think you're right that we haven't heard Black Lodge, but I'm trying to remember how Hawk and Harry were talking.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. It just hit me. Evil Cooper says early on, I'm supposed to go back into the Black Lodge tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. He
definitely says that.
Okay,
All right. So any of you don't have to tell me now. Yeah. I remember. I think that was the only time. So they did acknowledge it.
Well, and I was going to say there was a time recently when Harry and Hawk were talking, and I think Hawk references Cooper going to the Black Lodge, but I don't remember what words he used, if he said like, because there was Annie's thing, right? Didn't Annie's letter say?
Oh, it did.
He's in the Black Lodge.
He can't leave. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think Hawk made the connection between Cooper going to that place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they did reference it at least that time too.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess it's just like most of the focus hasn't really been on talking about the Black Lodge, but they haven't completely abandoned it.
Yeah, I do think we're going to see the White Lodge. I think the White Lodge is where Laura went when she zoomed out of the Black Lodge and went up somewhere. I also think, my sort of just selfish hope for the story is that Cooper, when he wakes up, gets another chance to fight his doppelganger in the Black Lodge, and then he will pass the test, and then he will go to the White Lodge. I do think that's the last part of the story. Whatever's going on with the giant saying it's in our house now, and then Leland saying you got to find Laura, and then Laura, disappearing out of the Black. I think that's all going to be the end game. After the sort of earthly conflicts are resolved, they'll go to these other places. So I do still think that we're going to see the White Lodge, and I think it's pretty consistent that the sort of mythology and the terminology that existed in the original series, that they're keeping that going. Because I feel like David Lynch is not the type of person to really do retcons or really drop things. I mean, some things kind of, obviously with Fire Walk with Me get a bit muddled. But I feel like if it was established and it was sort of big enough, then his sort of intuitive writing brain, would want to keep that stuff and make it work in the future, instead of just saying, oh no, I've got a better idea. I'll just pretend like this thing didn't happen. I'll pretend like no one ever said White Lodge or something. I feel like if they said it before and it was part of the mythology, then it'll be something that is still in play.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just, the White Lodge was so, I mean, as far as I can tell, I don't know, supposedly the Major went there, but there's just so little information about it compared to the Black Lodge.
And I do wonder if the Black Lodge and White Lodge are sort of two sides of the same coin,
I thought that for a while. But yeah, maybe they're like the same place in a sense.
Yeah.
It is, I don't know, maybe it's a mistake or maybe it's a clue, but the giant does appear in the Black Lodge in the final episode of the series. And they've pretty specifically not shown him there. He does say that. That's true.
Which I'm still like, what did you mean? Maybe he means
I think he just meant the waiter, the guy who came to Cooper's room, that was his human form. I mean, that's what I always thought he meant. Yeah. Well, that's not true. I thought he meant a couple other things.
Yeah,
but now it seems like that's what he means.
I agree that's...
Because you see that guy right before, he goes over and says coffee several times.
But he waits until he sits down next to Man from Another Place before he says one and the same. So, like, it's just... True. The way it comes off isn't as straightforward as you would hope. I do think that is the sort of Occam's razor explanation, that he's just telling Cooper that, I'm the same as him, or But it's also strange that, I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to get overanalyze what the syntax means too much, because does the waiter exist outside of the giant? Is the giant taking over the waiter's body? Like the inhabiting spirit stuff, or literally are they the same exact entity? And if the giant is there, then the waiter's not there, sort of a thing.
I think he's supposed to be an inhabiting spirit, which means one and the same maybe isn't exactly accurate, but Albert indicates in dialogue that they actually spoke to him. And that he just had no idea what was going on or whatever. So I get the impression that he gives him the name Senor Drool Cup, which is still what people call him. That made me think that the giant sort of inhabits him the way that Mike inhabits Philip Gerard or whatever. Yeah. And so when he's gone, he doesn't necessarily know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
But hey, there's clearly room for things to be reinterpreted. I mean, Laura's line, "I'll see you again in 25 years." I feel like it's clear what that meant back then, and now it seems like maybe it means something else. So, it's definitely not out of the question that because it is an ambiguous line, if they wanted to go back to that, for some hardcore mythology, I could see that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, and it begs the question, now that we know about the Giant's theater, and how he sends the Laura orb to Earth, is that how he gets to Earth? Does he just go through the projector or the sort of film screen or whatever and transports to Earth? Like, So crazy.
Did we mention that's the Club Silencio Theater?
What is?
It's the same location.
Is it?
Yeah. It's called the Tower Theater. I think
Oh, I don't
it's in
think we
LA.
mentioned that at all because I didn't know
Uh,
that.
yeah, it was something I found out online. But yeah,
Wow.
it's that's the same location. If you look, like I kind of thought that when I originally saw it, like it
Mm-hmm.
kind of looks like the Silencio Theater, but then old
Every
theaters.
theater looks like that. Yeah, every old
Yeah,
theater is.
exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe that was actually the same location.
Wow, that's very, very, very interesting. That really ties things together. I mean, it calls into question the whole Silencio stuff. And again,
Yeah.
I did say the last podcast or two, the idea of the man behind the dumpster in Mulholland Drive being a woodsman.
Yeah.
So this would also connect to that. Who knew David Lynch movies are all in the same shared universe?
Yeah. Yeah.
That whole thing.
I think he said that at a certain point.
Oh, did he?
I never really knew how seriously to take it, but I know Mulholland Drive started out as a Twin Peaks spinoff. At least that was the kernel of the idea.
Okay.
And it was actually supposed to be Audrey. I think that's one of the reasons why people are trying to make Audrey seem like some kind of scene or something like that. Or Invitation to Love or whatever, but yeah, I think that was the original plan.
So
I don't think
Audrey,
they ever got with it.
Audrey leaves Twin Peaks and tries to make it big as a star in Hollywood, sort of a thing, and
exactly, she would have been Naomi Watts' character.
I see. I can see that.
And so that there was a connection there, but I think he actually said in his mind it's the same universe as Twin Peaks and also Lost Highway, by the way.
Of course, Lost Highway, by the way. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So I think that's I think that is supposed to be true in some sense.
Mm-hmm.
That there are connections, and of course, part of that stylistic, but yeah.
Oh man, I swear, if Red turns into Bill Pullman by the end of this show,
oh my god,
he's like, I got one last magic trick.
Holy shit!
Oh man,
yeah, that would be insane.
Oh, that'd be great.
I don't think I would ever recover from that.
No.
I don't think I can do the podcast anymore because
it'd be reasonable to quit podcasting. Just give up completely.
So yeah. Oh my god. It's insane.
Shelley walked in on Red and he's morphing into Bill Pullman. And then Patricia Arquette shows up and she's like, oh, you'll never have me. Don't you want to ask me why?
Why?
Oh, God, that movie's so good. Oh, man.
It really is.
Yeah. Too bad the Robert, what's his name, who played the Mystery Man is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the kind of character who I could totally see, showing up somewhere in the Twin Peaks cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he would
for
fit
sure.
right in.
He would totally fit right in.
That crowd.
Yeah. All right, you want to go to the next scene here?
Yeah. So
Anything
the
else?
next scene is Jerry Horn emerges from the woods into a field. The end.
Wow, let's spend an hour talking about this.
All I can say is finally he got out of the goddamn woods. Holy shit, he's been in the woods since I think actually I was looking back because people were in the Dr. Amp thing.
Mm-hmm.
People were talking about how the first part is kind of like the same as the first part when we originally saw it.
Mm-hmm.
So I went back to rewatch that original scene and I saw Jerry, watching it there, and I think that was the original thing, and they show him smoking too.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it all started.
That's where it all went
and that was
wrong.
part 5. So
yeah.
He's been 7 parts. He's been out there in the woods having issues with his car being stolen, his foot, and what
Hey,
was the last thing?
did Chuck steal Jerry's car too?
Oh God,
Maybe Chuck
Chuck!
took it.
Damn you, Chuck!
Chuck is a car thief. He's just stealing everybody's car.
It did seem like he got lost. Like he had some
Mm-hmm.
kind of Blair Witch sort of like I'm
Yeah.
in the woods and I don't know where I am anymore,
Mm-hmm. I don't
and
know where I
I don't
am.
know where I am.
Oh man.
But yeah, anyway, such a long saga. It's nice to kind of reach the next stage of that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really get any more on this, but it did seem like, well, at least he's literally out of the woods.
He's literally out of the woods, but is he figuratively out of the woods? Because, like, is his foot now? You know, like, or is that, you know, is it working
Right,
now and he's not hallucinating anymore? And again, like, if he's still high after all this time, and it's really hard to tell how much time it's been.
right.
You know, in terms of the chronology of the show, it's been 7 parts for us, but like, how many
Yeah.
days has he really just been out there with like no food and water for several days?
I mean,
Or
it must have been at least one day, I would say.
yeah, it has to be at least one day.
Could have been two. Yeah, I'm not really sure. He did have a backpack, so
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe he had enough supplies.
I I I feel like with the Ben storyline, it makes it seem like at least 2 nights have gone by.
That's
Um,
true. That's true.
so yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting. But okay, so he's out of the woods, but now what?
Right. Right. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it, but I'm glad that there's been progress. We won't get yet another
Mm-hmm.
scene of Jerry like having some weird experience in the woods. Like, presumably, wherever they're going with that will become clear
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
soon.
and I don't remember if I mentioned this before, if I made this connection before, but that the idea, at the end of season 2, random people's hands started shaking.
Hmm.
And I wonder if the "I am not your foot" could connect to that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Their hand was shaking because it wasn't their hand or something.
Hmm.
Like yeah, there's got to be something happening with that. And I think today might be the first of the 2 days that Major Briggs referenced in his little secret note that the sheriffs have found.
Hmm.
I think it's today. It might be tomorrow, but I think it's today. I lost track.
Is it future? Is it past?
Is it
Yeah.
future? Is it past? Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it should be soon. They didn't really seem like they were
Well,
prepared for it, but
they didn't do it today, so I guess it's not today. Unless the next part will still also be the day,
which it could be.
which it could be. Although at the end of it, it is nighttime by the end of this, but they could like do a weird chronology thing where the next
Right.
part starts earlier in the
Is it a
day.
day
And,
again? Yeah.
yeah, it's tough to tell.
Or maybe, yeah, timelines.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a black hole. But yeah, I don't have any extensive comments about this, but yeah, Jerry Horn's out, so
All
I don't
right.
know.
Yeah,
You
I
ready
mean,
to?
does he just go to the Great Northern and goes, "Wow, Ben, I had a really crazy night or two."
I think that's some good pot. My
Yeah.
R&D is complete.
Well, I feel like he should say we can't sell this to people. Like it
Oh, it's
drives
too
them
much.
I think it's too much. Like I don't think he had a good.
Maybe if you're in a safe place in your home, you're not in the woods and you don't know where. You know what I mean?
It's
Maybe it's
still
okay.
pretty
Too much?
spacey pot.
If you think your
It
foot's
seems
not
like
your foot anymore.
Yeah, it seems like he's having a bad experience, and unless he
Yeah.
like has some epiphany about something in there where it was like worth doing all this, and I would think his sort of summation of the product is that it's not ready for prime
Not fit
time.
for,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or maybe he just did. He's like, this is perfect, but just don't do all of it, or don't do a whole
Right.
bunch,
Right.
or something like that. Okay, yeah, we can go to the next part.
Okay, so in the next part, we have Sarah Palmer shopping in a grocery store for mostly alcohol,
Mhm.
also some related things. Um, as she's checking out, she notices that God, this is so weird. As she's checking out, she notices there's turkey jerky behind the counter, and she's
Mm-mm-mm.
unsettled by that somehow. She asks about it, and she finds out that I guess they brought it in. It's like a new thing that didn't used to be there, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just like beef jerky, but it's made from turkey.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's so disturbing, but yeah, she says a few like strange things. Were you here when they first came? The room seems different, and men are coming.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Um,
no.
yeah, they need to watch out. Things can happen. And also, something happened to Sarah, and she doesn't feel good. And then
Mm-hmm.
she kind of talks to herself in this kind of Gollum-like way or something, where she tries to like calm herself down, like calm down,
Yeah.
walk out of here, or whatever. So she
Mm-hmm.
walks out of the store, and the bag boy says he can deliver her groceries.
Mm-hmm. But he doesn't.
Or does he?
Or does he? Oh no, the grocery mystery.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like you would expect to see that scene where he shows up with the groceries and
Well, maybe there's a reason we didn't see it. Sorry,
uh-oh.
I just have to throw it out there because it is a theory.
What's the theory?
Well,
He ate all her groceries?
I mean, that we when Hawk goes to visit Sarah, he hears a sound coming
Mm-hmm.
from inside the house, and she says, "Oh, it's just something in the kitchen."
Mm-hmm.
She denies that there's anyone there, but it's a theory going around that maybe it's the bag boy.
But why would he still be in the kitchen? Like, what is he unpacking the groceries for her?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and
putting them
he
away.
knows where to put things. He just
Maybe she
knows where
told him.
she, yeah, put it all in the pantry
Yeah, and he like clinked something
and
or
then
whatever.
why? But why is that hidden from the audience? And why is
Well,
it hidden from Hawk?
so the crazy theory that I've heard people throw out there is that she's possessed by Bob,
Okay, next.
and she's going to kill the bag boy, or maybe she already did kill the bag boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's something going on there.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
she can't be possessed by Bob because, the ritual, right? I mean, come on, guys. Let's keep our mythology in line here. Are you
hey, maybe the
suggesting
ritual
that they did
happens.
the ritual on her? So Bob likes to spend his evenings watching like animals eat other animals.
Well, that was before, I think, because she had to have been possessed after, Bob was
So this is sort
extracted.
of okay. So now you have to set up the context that Bob is no longer in Mr. C. That he's been
Yeah,
and then the woodsman took the
yeah.
the Borb to Twin Peaks and then put it in her or
Were
something.
you here when they first came? Huh? Huh? Maybe?
What does that
Maybe?
mean? What are you hinting at?
I'm just saying, like, that's something she says. So maybe the woodsman came, and maybe they did the ritual, and maybe I don't necessarily think this is true, just for the record, but I think it's at least tiny bit possible.
Well, she says men are coming. She
Yeah,
didn't say men are here, but she did say something happened to me.
and were you here
Um,
when they first came?
well, but she's meaning the jerky, right?
Is she? Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
I mean, why would she not be meaning that? Why would she think the girl was there when the woodsman came? And where is there?
Hey, hey.
Um, yeah, I get it. It's all up in the air. Yeah, I'm just trying to analyze sort
Something's
of.
up. Something's up. Now, I'm not saying I really believe that theory. I think it's possibly going, yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of going too far, but, she's acting weird. I mean,
But
that's
listen,
not
I think
evidence for possession by Bob. She's acting weird.
I
And
don't.
I think the key Bob connection is the ceiling fan.
Okay, yeah, they did
They
show the
do
fan.
prominently show the fan on in a couple of shots.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the fan was clearly connected with Bob.
Yeah, that's fair. Now here's the thing: Sarah has always been weird.
Well, that's
She was,
undeniable.
she was especially weird. After the stuff with Laura happened.
Indeed.
And she was seeing having visions of Bob, and she was communicating from people from the Black Lodge.
Yeah.
And so she's always had a connect, and I think it makes sense that so when she says something happened to me, I assume that it's just the past.
That's what I assume she meant too.
Yeah. Now, things can happen. That whole thing, you have to watch out. The idea that there's this, again, back to this duality idea of the jerkies, the two jerkies, and now that one is different, that's somehow strange to her. And it does sort of connect to some idea of something being switched out, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So if Bob was switched between two bodies or something, I guess you could go that far.
Bob's the turkey.
Bob's the turkey. Oh no. Oh, Bob's the turkey. I've heard of Bob being your uncle, but now Bob's the turkey. Yeah, and it's I don't think that this is true that Bob is in her, but I guess the big thing that would help story-wise would be for a way for Bob to be in Twin Peaks.
Right.
But it doesn't seem like he's doing very Bobish things.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they would pick Sarah out of all people unless somehow she's just special and you have to put Bob in a special person.
Right.
But how do you even get a Borb across the country? I mean...
That is a good question. I mean, what about the practicalities here?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't bring it on your carry-on luggage. Clearly won't fit in the overhead compartments. And most airlines now will charge you a fee to even check a bag. So I don't think the Woodsman have any money. Just to be clear. Okay, well, that's a good thing to at least bring up, the crackpot theory that Bob is in Sarah. I don't think that's what's happening. I think she's always been weird. This Gollum talking to herself is new, so I guess people would say that that's Bob talking to her and telling her to leave, sort of a thing. Is that the idea?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, something to keep in mind. I don't think that's true, but something to keep in mind.
I don't really believe it either. If I had to come down, but I do think there's something going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it would make sense if something's going on with the whole, this whole date that's approaching, and this whole cyclical thing, with the mythology of the show, and that she's maybe feeling extra weird now that things are coming to a head.
I do feel like the men are coming, could be the Woodsman, it could be the FBI, it could be, I mean, there's so many men out there who seem like they're coming to Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what she's referring to, but I do agree that that stuff is consistent with her old character that, was clearly not possessed by Bob. But it's just it seems like she's hiding something in her house and the fans on.
Yeah,
so.
And that shot from outside of the house through the upstairs window of the fan really called back to Lost Highway. When they pull up in the car after talking to the mystery man and there's the lights in the upstairs and you see that shot.
Flash.
I feel like it's the same idea of someone's up there, something's in there.
Yeah.
So you really can't sort of discount that that connection and that sort of idea. I guess Occam's razor. It's the bag boy inside, making noise.
Why she wouldn't just say it's the bag boy?
Especially since Hawk knows about the grocery store incident.
Exactly. Yeah. It seems like that's what makes me suspicious. Something underhanded is going on. It seems like she's very short with him, and and kind of standing at the door and, trying to just get the conversation over with quickly. So that makes me think she's hiding something. And it's like, why would she hide that the bag boy is putting her groceries away? I mean, that just seems weird.
And
And I
also,
feel like they set up the bag boy for a reason. You know?
well, and it could be they set it up to make you think it's the bag boy in the house and it's somebody else.
Yeah.
But
True.
also, I don't, it's not complete proof of anything. But there's no other car outside of her house. There's no
True.
like bicycle that he might have ridden to her house or something either. So there's that idea. But what else could it be? Because it wouldn't just be like that, even though, we just made the connection with Lost Highway and the idea of, the entity being in the house. It wouldn't make sense that it's Bob sort of in some corporeal form, right? Like in the kitchen making a sandwich or something. Like, he's like, even though I've been in Mr. C's stomach for 25 years, I haven't eaten a thing. Bob makes a sandwich. Yeah, so it's like, even if it is sinister, what is it?
Sandwich.
Now we do have some people missing in town.
Oh yeah.
Could it be a missing person? Could it be Richard? Came
Yeah.
over here. Billy. Bing.
Got Billy in there. Got Bing in there.
She's having a party. Everybody's here. But she didn't want to invite Hawk. That's why she's staying at the door. He's a downer.
He's Agua Fiesta.
He's a water party?
He's a water party.
Okay, I know Spanish. That sounds fun, water party. Okay, yeah, well, we kind of skipped ahead a little bit, did we? Sort of a little bit. We skipped over a scene.
Yeah, we went to the next, because I brought up the Bob thing, and that was like the main, oh, and you brought up the bag boy, too.
Yeah, and so it was very cool to see the Palmer house again, though, the whole shot from outside, and I'm, as Hawk is walking up the stairs, I'm like, there's the bush that Laura was hiding in, when Leland came home and all that stuff, or when he was leaving, and actually she hid there twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hid there twice. The night that she died, she was going out to see James, and she was hiding, and he's like looking at her, but not really looking at her, but looking at her.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so weird to just be like, there's the bush right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. Still looks like the house.
Yeah.
It's it's crazy to see that again. And to like clearly have like there's unlike with some of these plots, like say Becky and Steven or whatever, it really seems like there's something going on with her that's relevant to the plot, the larger plot.
Well, and it's interesting too because her first scene made it seem like nothing was really going on. It's her drinking and watching Animal Planet or something.
Yeah.
But they did, that shot. That mirror above the couch where Frank Silva was originally accidentally captured, was in that scene, which is a very small Bob callback. It's interesting, and maybe the ceiling fan is just the idea that evil is coming back to town or something. Maybe it's just thematic and symbolic, and it doesn't actually mean Bob is there. Right. It could just be hot, and she turned the fan on.
I mean, surely you can turn the fan on without being Bob. I agree, but still, it leaves you with questions because that connection in the original series and Fire Walk with Me was so strong. Like the fan was this like source of so early in the series they're like cutting to the fan. And it's like, what is up with that fan?
It's the only show that's ever made a ceiling fan scary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's such a strange thing to fixate on. But yeah, in the Missing Piece, like Laura has that whole crazy moment under the fan. And you know, and they pretty much they show Leland you know, drugging Sarah and then like turning on the fan,
Yeah.
which seemed to me like it was sort of an origin story for the fan, in terms of like what it represents, which is, you know, Bob basically. Um, and you know, the bad things happening in the house, that he would like turn it on when he's about to, you know, do you know, worst.
Yeah.
But you're right that, you know, it's not like the fan doesn't work. I mean, he could, you know, she could turn it on for the normal reason. So yeah, I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
the focus makes me think there's something significant about it.
Yeah. And it could just be
It
sort
doesn't
of
have to be Bob, though.
foreshadowing. Yeah, it could just be foreshadowing for something bad happening or coming.
Yeah,
You know, and they're just giving us a little hint.
yeah, yeah.
But you know, I guess we'll come back to this scene and we'll talk a little bit more about it. Just a couple little more things there.
Yeah. You want to come back to it? There's like
Yeah.
two short things that happen between these two scenes.
Sure.
So the next thing is we go to the new Fat Trout, and Carl gives Criscoll. Why? Anyway, Carl gives Criscoll some money and tells him not to sell his blood for money. So that scene happens.
Yeah. Yeah, Carl the Good Samaritan here was you know, it was a very nice and sweet thing to do. He's like, you know, don't pay me rent this month and save your money and keep your blood. And I do wonder if there's some other more sinister reason he's saying it, you know, because Carl has been places, you know.
True.
And the last kind of supernatural thing with Carl was, you know, he saw the boy's spirit or, you know, fire thing emanate from him. And he hasn't really done anything since, you know, he hasn't really sort of processed that in any overt way.
No.
But I do wonder if sort of keeping your blood or something has to do with, you know, him wanting to be protected against anything bad happening, you know, or maybe, you know, the hospital is a bad place, you know, or yeah, I can't really think about exactly what that might mean, but I wonder if it's more than him just being nice is basically my point.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting because I just took it at face value and didn't really know what else to do with this scene. So yeah, I think that's it's an interesting theory I wouldn't have thought of. Like, keep your blood because the blood does something.
Like if you dilute your blood, you're more susceptible to, you know, inhabiting spirits or I don't know, or like you know, something like that. Or maybe because of him telling him not to donate his blood, then later when Carl needs something or something crazy happens to the Fat Trout, this guy will be there and he's like, wow, good thing I was here. Ordinarily, I would have been giving my blood at this time. Or, you know, some sort of plot reason why this is here.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as it stands, it's just like, I guess, a character thing.
Right.
But I feel like there should be some plot reason why this is here.
Yeah.
You know, but we did have, you know, we saw Carl before just singing a song. Now, it was connecting to, you know, Becky and...
right.
And Steven's whole drama, but yeah, the whole thing with Carl. I mean, it's so cool to get all this Carl stuff. I mean, it's been a lot of Carl Rod.
Yeah, way more Carl than I was expecting going into the new show. They moved him to Twin Peaks so he could have more screen time.
Yeah.
Because roping in Deer Meadow again maybe was a little too much.
Yeah, and you know, Carl should know about the Let's Rock on the window, so
yeah,
I'm wondering if that might be a connection too, if that ever comes back again.
Yeah. Yes.
And, you know, Carl says he's been places, and Sarah says something happened to me, so I do wonder if that's connected to anything.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go to the next little
You
part.
ready to, okay, so in the next scene, Dougie goes out to play some catch with Sonny Jim. So Sonny Jim throws the ball, and he doesn't move at all, and it hits him. The end.
All right.
That's our Dougie scene for this week.
Yep. We really needed that scene.
Dougie, he's not Cooper yet. Just in case you were wondering.
Just in case you were hoping.
I was hoping for it this episode because I did feel like the last one was a farewell to Dougie, but I guess like as short as this is, I still feel like the Cooper return could happen soon. You know, there's still a couple of threads to get through in the Dougie thing, but I do feel like it's winding up still. But yeah, it's almost like they had to have this so Kyle MacLachlan could have a scene in this episode, because otherwise he wouldn't even be in it, I think, because there's no evil Cooper either.
Yeah, it does sort of stay in line with my overall theory about Dougie, which is that, and I don't know if this is explicitly the point, but just the idea that he is sort of getting all of these sort of human experiences. So here's an experience of him being a father, playing catch with his son, a very classic experience here. And so the idea that he'll sort of, you know, accumulate all these sort of pure, relatable human experiences, and then that will sort of wake him up somehow. So that's the only connection I see in terms of why this is a scene that we're watching. Yeah. And besides sort of telling us that Dougie is still Dougie and sort of out of it and can't catch a ball, I will note, and this is a very minor thing, that in the exterior shot of the house before they cut to the red door, we see the shadow of a bird over the roof of the house. And I'll just point out that you know, that may have been an owl. Who knows if that was an owl? But we do know owls are flying around that area because we heard the owl before. So I just noticed that little bird shadow, and I'm like, well, maybe that's supposed to be the owl. Now, if anyone wants to freeze frame that and analyze the shadow pattern of the bird and determine if it matches that of an owl, I will direct you to the nearest insane asylum, because that's crazy.
Any of you bird shadow specialists?
Yeah, who's the bird shadow specialist? Wow, how many people are bird shadow specialists? Yikes!
If there's one of you listening, I'd like to know. No, I didn't notice the bird shadow.
Yeah, there's another interesting thing too about this scene in terms of his instinct. You know, we saw that. I was just thinking maybe Mike should appear and be like, "Hit the ball, Dougie," or "Catch the ball," you know, "Catch the ball," you know, or the tree brain, you know, shows up for. But I was gonna say, in terms of Dougie's instinct, you know, when Ike the Spike Stadler attacked him, you know, his defensive instinct kicked in, and so just the idea here that his instinct to catch the ball didn't kick in is a little bit something interesting. Yeah,
I mean, maybe he knows it's on some instinctive level that it's not a threat in the same way Ike was, but it's strange.
I mean, not necessarily catch. I don't exactly mean like he should catch the ball because it would hit him and hurt him, but just in terms of what, you know, your normal instincts would be in general for a ball coming at you, you would instinctively try to catch it if you're a normal person. You know,
reflexively,
exactly.
Yeah. Which it kind of seemed like that's what the Ike thing was.
Yeah, and I do wonder if, you know, Dougie does have a small capability to understand his surroundings. So if he and Sonny Jim keep playing, will he eventually understand the catch idea, and maybe that'll inch him towards waking up? You know, he could at least like maybe hold his glove out, you know,
Right.
and the ball could be thrown into it, and he could not drop it, you know, which is sort of catching it.
That would be progress. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I wonder if we'll get any more with that, and yeah, and so in terms of Dougie waking up, my theory is that he's not gonna wake up until, I guess it would be, so let me see, it's 18 parts. Now, part 18 2 hours? Or is...
No, it's just parts 17 and 18
Okay.
are airing together.
Okay, so I would think that part 18, 17, 16, between 15 and 16 is where he wakes up. I would think the last 3 parts is Cooper proper. And so which would mean 3 more parts of this Dougie guy, and then Cooper wakes up. That's where I'm thinking so far. I would love it to be sooner than that, for sure.
Yeah.
But, you know, I thought that the FBI would be, you know, they do have the coordinates now. We know it's Twin Peaks now. I did think that they, you know, are going to just head to Twin Peaks. Before I thought they would stop in Las Vegas and see Dougie, and, you know, be aware that Dougie exists and he's the real Cooper. But, you know, once they found the coordinates, I'm like, oh, maybe they'll just go straight to Twin Peaks. But now that Diane got the text message asking from Mr. C, presumably asking about Las Vegas, I wonder if that will sort of redirect them towards Vegas. Yeah. And they'll spin a bit, you know, so it'll sort of spin their wheels doing some Vegas stuff before they go to Twin Peaks.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be involved with Cooper's awakening.
And maybe Cooper can't wake up until both he and Mr. C are in the Black Lodge again or something. You know, maybe he's got to get that pearl back, the golden orb, little pearl bead thing. Maybe that's important for him waking up, although Mike should have been trying to give that to him, if that's the case. You know, Mike seemed to have suggested that he has everything he needs to wake up.
Right.
But I can also see, you know, he's got to go back through the, you know, Glastonbury Grove, sycamore trees, and then get to the Black Lodge, and then he'll sort of be able to reintegrate or something.
Yeah. That's it. That seems plausible. I mean, it's more plausible than what I was imagining.
What are you imagining?
Just like he gets hit on the head and he's Cooper again.
Oh man, well that's a good theory with this whole playing catch scene.
Yeah.
Like Sonny Jim's like, okay, I'm gonna do a fast one now. And then he like hits him on the head and it bonks, and and then he's all of a sudden Cooper again.
Yeah.
And he's like, I had the craziest dream. I think you can never underestimate the power of the bonk on the head, you know, in this show. So it's, it's still, I think it's going to be deeper than that, but you know, you can't dispel that idea.
I believe it should be deeper than that, but yeah, just going back to the thing that brought Nadine out, for example, it was just a bonk on the head. That's it. So I feel like it's possible, but yeah, I think what you're saying is more logical, like story wise. That there should be some greater plot thing that has to happen. That would be related to, and you know, maybe an explanation for why this even happened. You know, like why is he so out of it? You know, it's really not clear. It hasn't been clear since the beginning, because it you know, he was like way more with it before he came out. You know, and so it's just like, what happened? you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. That we've had all these Dougie scenes and storylines, but it's been predicated on a mystery about exactly what happened. We sort of saw it happen, but we don't necessarily understand the mechanics of it. And then there's this sort of cover story of this sort of generally happening to Dougie proper from time to time, and what that even might mean. Is that why this is happening? Yeah. So it's such a strange. Yeah, rewatching is going to be very strange when you sort of know how long the Dougie storyline is. That might make it better knowing that. Okay, it's going to be 15 episodes.
Yeah, get used to it.
Get used to it,
It's not just like a 2-episode tangent to, keep Cooper occupied while other stuff can happen. I mean, it is that, but it's a lot more time than that. He's got a whole journey to go through. Mm-hmm. He's got insurance fraud issues. He's got, casino owners trying to kill him / befriending him. He's playing sides against each other, and he has no idea what's happening. Mm-hmm. It's a rich tapestry.
Another thing I wanted to say about the Blue Rose Task Force, which just made me think of that with Cooper, is the idea that now, they mentioned Philip Jeffries being the leader of that task force. And this, I think, actually gives some more context to when Albert confessed to Gordon that Jeffries called him to ask about on behalf of Cooper, asking about the man in Argentina. Yeah. So the idea that Jeffries was the leader of this Blue Rose Task Force that they were all a part of might have been another reason why Albert was willing to divulge that information.
Right.
Just wanted to add that to it since now that's relevant.
Yeah. That's a good point. They had more of a connection than just being FBI agents.
Mm-hmm. And is the man in Argentina, like maybe Desmond went to Argentina? Because, when he disappeared, maybe, that doesn't quite make sense, but just
it was Rio, though, not Argentina.
Oh, that's right. It was Rio.
Yeah. There's multiple South America.
Oh, that's locations. Right. I was trying to make it the same place. Okay.
It seems like it would make sense, but no, there's Rio and Buenos Aires. So
Buenos Aires is where Philip Jeffries was in Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
And also where the little box was that turned into silver.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Which is still an outstanding mystery that they never have come back to. Yeah. And then Rio is where Mr. C had the palazzo.
Yep.
Okay, and the man, from the FBI. Okay,
exactly.
All right. Damn it! Yeah. I was gonna hope that somehow, because we saw Philip Jeffries, teleport to the hotel in Buenos Aires, that maybe the same thing happened to Desmond when he touched the ring. Yeah. He transported to, and so he was the man they were looking for, and then they killed him because he's part of the Blue Rose Task Force. Mm-hmm. But damn it, it doesn't quite work.
It seems like they should be the same location. I don't know why it's two different things. I don't have a clue what they're doing with the South America stuff.
Yeah,
I'm completely baffled by it. 100%. I don't know what they were doing in Fire Walk with Me. No. I just don't get it.
Why don't. Buenos Aires of all places?
Yeah.
And Portland, those two connections, right? Portland was where, what's her name? Nancy?
I thought it was Seattle.
Was it Seattle?
Where Judy's apartment?
Judy's apartment.
Yeah.
Seattle, okay.
I think it was Seattle. Yeah. And it was supposed to be Josie's sister, which would make a little more sense for Seattle too, because she would go to Seattle.
Oh.
And I don't think she ever said she had a sister, but
she would go to Seattle and shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's where she is, Harry. She's shopping.
Yeah, it's just time for
Yeah.
shopping.
Oh, I think I called Frank Harry a couple times. Now that I remember. In this podcast, I think I said Harry. When
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I meant Frank if I said Harry.
Yeah.
Well, now it makes me think maybe Judy is the woman who said Blue Rose.
Yeah. That definitely seems fun. Hey, maybe the girl is Judy.
Oh no. You
throwing it out there.
You broke it again. I don't want the girl to be anybody we know. I want her to be somebody different. I know.
I'm trying.
I know.
She's got to fit in somewhere. So any place where there's a mystery woman.
Oh, jeez.
Should throw her in.
But she can't be. Judy can't be Josie's sister.
If that's Josie's
girl.
sister, yeah, they would have to. They never. So like we know from background stuff that she was originally envisioned as Josie's sister, but it's not as though they committed to that in any of the missing pieces and any of the scenes they actually filmed. I mean, there's no indication that that's supposed to be Josie's sister, except that her name kind of sounds like Josie for some reason. So yeah, they would have to say she's not Josie's sister. If that's, I don't necessarily think that's Judy, but it's it hit me.
And we don't know what happened to Judy, right?
No, we don't have a clue because we're not going to talk about Judy.
We're not going to talk about that Judy.
Love that accent.
Yeah, I'm like, where are you from, man? Like,
no. Is that how you think Americans talk all the time?
Yeah, it's like sort of Southern, but not.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about Judy at all.
Why? It seems very relevant.
I know. We really should.
Can we start with Judy?
There's a lot there. Like I think in the script, and maybe it was in the missing piece too. I know things are slightly different. There's some indication that Judy is the thing that led him to the convenience store.
Yes. Yeah.
So
well, you mean,
and also Judy was, I guess, at the hotel in Argentina as well. Yeah,
because she left something for him, right?
Yeah, she left something for him.
And then that's supposedly supposed to somehow lead him to the ring.
Yeah.
Which would presumably lead him to
he talks about the ring.
Convenience store.
Yeah.
Which is the sort of simple explanation is that both Desmond and Jeffries found the ring and it took them to the convenience store. Right.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Sometimes the ring takes you to the convenience store.
Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't.
Randomly. I don't know. Other times, no. Other times you just get murdered. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, and it does have that thing with Ducky where, I mean, this is, really complicated by sort of Cooper coming back to the real world, but that, Dougie going to the Black Lodge, he's got the ring on, maybe it's some sort of homing transportation device. So when it's activated by a man, right? Because the women, doesn't happen to the women this way, it doesn't seem, but like with a man, like it brings them to the Black Lodge or to the convenience store or something.
Yeah. Women just get to be murdered. Oh, what a mess. Yeah. That's true. You're right. I can't deny it. And I do feel like the ring is connected. The whole concept was that Evil Cooper, Mr. C would go back to Black Lodge and Good Cooper would come out, and that Dougie somehow substituted for Mr. C. And I do feel like the ring played a role in that. So that makes me think that, somehow whatever it was that was like pulling Dougie in was maybe drawn to him over Mr. C because of the ring, and it did seem like it was affecting both of them. And maybe the ring like tipped things in his favor or something. I don't know.
Or it's a way to keep track of Dougie somehow, some sort of GPS device.
Right. Right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And we still never really got an explanation of the stuff they vomited up,
Nope.
It just looked a little bit like corn and some black stuff, and that's about it.
The end.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we did get, with Hawk's Map, we do get the black horn.
That's true.
Wow, I didn't think about that. We do get the black horn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Huh. It's really amazing how many details are in this series. It's really, really amazing.
It's kind of ridiculous, yeah. And the more the parts start piling up, the easier it is to lose some of them. Like, yeah, I forgot they even mentioned the Black Lodge, and it's like, oh, it's been 2 mentions. Not that that's a ton, but like, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you should remember it more since they've mentioned it less, but somehow that didn't have, that doesn't happen. The brain's like, oh, I don't remember that at all. Because there's just too much going on.
Yeah. I'm still waiting and like wondering what the explanation is for like someone to mention Annie. Like, what happened to Annie? Where's she now, if anywhere?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the next scene is Miriam at the hospital. So
True.
I was thinking like first it was a little callback to Annie, just a similar kind of top-down shot of somebody in the bed,
Yeah.
So I do wonder, if we're gonna get any more connection. That's the last place we saw Annie. So yeah, I wonder if there's sort of coming back to that. Did she get a job as a nurse in the hospital because or something, like maybe she works there now and she's gonna come across Miriam. She's Miriam's nurse.
Oh God.
I mean, I'm really crackpot theorying it here, but yeah, I don't know. Just bringing that up since we're back to a hospital,
right?
And also, is Harry in this hospital somewhere?
I assume so.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Frank like maybe go into a room, but we won't actually follow him in, and he'll be like, "Yeah, Harry's in there," and
something like the Cooper Diane scene from the Missing Pieces.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh man, I could totally see that exact scene happening where he's leaving, and he's like, "Okay, Harry, you take care now."
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so they don't have to show him.
All right, you want to go to the next part here? This little, I guess it's just Miriam in bed.
Miriam's in the hospital.
Miriam who? What's her last name? I don't remember.
Now, I will say, for what it's worth, which might be nothing, but this is going to sound like the sketchiest thing ever, just for the record. Feel free to be as skeptical as you want. I'm somewhat skeptical about it, but someone on Twitter, and, if you really want, I can probably find the specific Twitter name or whatever, but said that they talked to a crew member.
And oh God, here it comes.
And that the Miriam letter was a prop error.
Oh, okay.
Now there was no real details about who this was. There's no clear confirmation, but it's someone who supposedly had access to someone from the crew, and they claimed that they said it was prop error. So I'm just throwing it out there. That it might be true that was just a prop error.
Well,
and it's a weird coincidence that her last name gets brought up.
Yeah, and Frank does say Sullivan.
He does say Sullivan.
At least
official last name.
The characters on the show think that that's her name.
Yeah.
I'm definitely willing to believe it's a prop error. Ben's line about not remembering her last name doesn't help. Makes me think there's 2 Miriams in the hospital now, and somehow it'll be the wrong one or something.
Like, they both wrote letters to the sheriff, and they're both in the hospital at the same time. Like, what's going on? Is it Miriam's doppelganger? Like, what the fuck? What are they
Same
doing?
first name, different last name, doppelganger.
That's the doppelganger. That makes no sense. But
Oh.
it's just weird. Like, why are they? Why?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I could totally see another Miriam being at the hospital for just a minor reason, and
The
it's just a
same one who wrote a
coincidence.
letter at the same time. It's just
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, coincidence. I get it, but
Well,
it's just
in this case, it would be that this Miriam, the Miriam who wrote the letter, her letter got there before the other Miriam Sullivan's letter, because Chad only saw one Miriam. So,
right.
um,
Fucking mess. But here's the question though, like,
mhm.
why does it matter? Like that's the thing I don't understand.
Well, it would matter if
Because
there's some farce or something, some sort of comedy of errors that's going to happen with like
oh, okay.
the wrong person, So I mean, I can't think of a really great reason right now. I mean, the only sort of thing they teed up is the idea that Ben is going to pay for her hospital bills. So,
Right.
if they go and they say, "Oh, I'm going to pay for Miriam's hospital bills." Oh, which Miriam? And then they choose the wrong one or something, and then they say, okay, well, the Miriam Sullivan who needs the operation, no one's paying for this, and then I mean, would they really let her die if she doesn't get the operation? But I'm thinking like the worst that could happen is she dies, and then if her letter never came or whatever, you know what I mean. So maybe that would impact the plot if somehow there's another Miriam who gets all her stuff paid for by Ben Horn and it's wrong. But that's a pretty big stretch. But that's the only thing I can really think of.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It would have to be something like that. Like there's a reason why there's two, and these little details here. And yeah, it's just a coincidence that she wrote a letter also. But I do think the prop error makes the most sense. And yeah, I'm hoping it's just a prop error.
Yeah. I feel like that's and it's like Ben's just hearing about her. Like I could see not remembering the last name. It's just like it's an annoying coincidence if that's really what it is, because it's like if you're gonna make a deal about the last name now, like now it has me thinking maybe there's significance. But then I guess like the original thing was Chad had to stop the letter, so that so the sheriff wouldn't have this like extra evidence that Richard was the one who, killed her. But of course she didn't die, and it's clear from this episode that the police know pretty much everything that Richard did.
Mm-hmm.
So it was totally ineffective. Whatever letter Chad got, it didn't really hinder the police's knowledge of what happened. So I guess that's why I say, why does it matter? Like in terms of that part of it,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess it would have to be like it matters for a different reason.
Yeah.
Which if they're gonna make a point of like some random Miriam's just like, oh man, I'm glad I wrote a letter to the sheriff and came to the hospital at the same time because like now my hospital bills are paid and
Yeah, it'd be weird.
It's yeah. Too bad for the other Miriam, but hey, can't all be the good Miriam.
No, you can't.
All right, so you ready for the next thing here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we go to Diane sitting at the hotel bar. She gets a text. It says Las Vegas ? And her response is, they haven't asked yet.
Ooh, in all caps, by the way. So I'm curious if when he gets the message, if it'll be in caps or not.
Oh man, yeah, that's. I did notice that. Yeah, if they're checking their text message continuity.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think's going on?
This is an interesting development. So by Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
I assume he means Dougie.
Well, that's the big thing in Vegas. Now, what would Diane know about Dougie?
Well, that's the question. That goes back to, what does Diane know? If she's conspiring with Mr. C, then it's very possible, I think, that he shared with her the existence of Dougie, and the fact that, so just to connect this to a later thing, when Albert relays this to Gordon, Gordon says, "What do we know that we haven't asked her about?" And the first thing I thought of when he said that was the ring, Janie E. ring. Like they
good point, yeah.
Haven't asked Diane about that, and that directly connects to Las Vegas and to Dougie, obviously. So that had me thinking that, and I guess the implication of this is kind of weird. Like, it's like Evil Cooper expects them to ask about Las Vegas and maybe even expects them to go there. And so then it makes me wonder if he actually planted the ring and he wanted them to find Dougie. I don't know why. But just in terms of like what's going on with the ring, like who planted it there? It made me think that maybe that was actually part of the plan, or at least a contingency plan or something.
I think it could be. I don't want to think that he planted the ring in Major Briggs's body so that they would find the ring and go to Vegas and figure out Dougie exists. That seems a little weird. It makes more because it takes away the agency of Major Briggs sort of doing that,
right,
to help the FBI.
True.
So I'm thinking maybe it's sort of those two things in parallel, but not necessarily connected. That he is asking, "Hey, have they found out about Dougie in Vegas yet?" And on the FBI side, they have the ring, which will lead them to Vegas, but perhaps Mr. C doesn't know about the ring, or Diane knows about the ring, but those two sort of separate things do lead to the same place. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
So that would be my question. Like, how does he think they would find out about
Dougie? He might not know how they would find out about him, and he's just asking if they found out about him.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, hey, have they found out about Vegas? But, the idea that they haven't asked me yet does suggest, as you were saying with what Gordon says, that there's a question that they could ask. So they already know the question to ask, and they just haven't asked it yet.
Yeah.
But it could be, that's a little reading too far into it, and it's just that they haven't asked yet because they don't know anything. As far as she knows, they don't know anything yet. So she's basically saying, whether or not they know about Dougie, they haven't asked me yet.
Yeah.
I would find it super strange if she knows about Dougie, though. Like, if he said, "Hey, I manufactured a version of Cooper," and she's just like, okay, she's sort of weird this whole time, but like, I don't know. And we still haven't been able to sort of reconcile her behavior of late with, her implication that, Mr. C is not the real Cooper.
Right.
Why would she tell what seems like the truth if she's working for the bad guy? Why would he want her to do that if he told her to do that? And yeah, I think it's and I wouldn't really see him even telling her more than she needs to know. So the question is, what does she need to know? So I wouldn't necessarily expect him to just lay all the cards out on the table and say, okay, well, this, and there's a version of Cooper in Vegas and all that stuff. Like, that's a little weird to me, but and I feel like, why would she believe it? I feel like she would need some sort of proof in a way, because it's so fantastical to invent a human being. So
you think so?
Yes, just in a small way, in a minor way.
Yeah,
I mean, setting the time on your VCR is like a bigger fantastical thing. We can never get that. Is that still a reference we can use?
Oh my god, I don't think so. Holy shit! All the millennials just stopped the podcast.
They're like, "What is a VCR?" Oh man. Uh, yeah, just thought I'd pull out an old ass reference for something ridiculously easy that everyone says is hard. Yeah. So anyway, this whole Vegas thing. What a crazy, interesting question here. What else? So yeah, I do like your idea though that the ring is something that they know about that they haven't asked her about yet that does tie to Vegas. I guess the question is, what's the question? You know, hey, is the question just, hey Diane, do you know about this ring?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you know who Dougie is or Janie E is? Or is the question, more specific, like, do you know Dougie is Cooper in Vegas or something like that, yeah.
Yes, Gordon. Dougie is a manufactured human being created by the evil Cooper, so he wouldn't have to go to Black Lodge. Okay, Diane, you're going back home.
Right, you've had too much vodka. Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what she would say, but I mean, the woodsman scene, and I mean, this whole idea definitely has me. I am 100% willing to agree that she doesn't necessarily know everything. I don't think she knows everything Evil Cooper knows. I don't think she knows everything about his plans. I don't think she knows everything about, whatever, all this stuff going on. But I do think it's possible she knows about Dougie. Now, it's, to what extent does she understand what happened with Dougie? I don't really know, but, I mean, what else does she know about Las Vegas? I mean, what did he say? Like that there's something in Las Vegas. There's some person in Las Vegas. You know what I mean? She knows something about it.
I think Britney Spears has a show in Vegas. So maybe he's asking her if she's seen a good show, and then she's like, they haven't asked me about Britney Spears' show in Vegas, so I don't have anything to say yet. But I do have 4 tickets. But I have enough for all of us, but I'm not bringing that Tammy. So, yeah, I mean, I agree. What else? I mean, really, it's the ring and it's Dougie. Those are the 2 sort of Vegas connections. And obviously the ring is sort of just a subset of the Dougie connection.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but maybe there's something she knows. Maybe there's a way where she can sort of know and not know. But, I mean, if he's so... Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's what I was trying to say, that she knows about Dougie in some sense, but yeah, maybe doesn't know the whole story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because just the idea that she's like, well, there's a second Cooper out there, and he's not even the real Cooper,
Right.
But,
that means there's 3 Coopers.
Yeah, there's 3 Coopers.
I mean, one of the Coopers is gone now, but
or maybe he sort of said it. Maybe he explained it in a sort of more obscure way, and just says, I have someone impersonating Cooper in Vegas. Maybe he left it at that. And didn't sort of go as far as saying, a manufactured, human being, but just an impersonator or a diversion or a decoy or something.
Yeah.
Is in Vegas now. Yeah, I guess he wants to know what they know, but also maybe where they're going to go next or where they're headed. And she didn't in this scene communicate to him that she's part of the task force now or anything.
True.
So I wonder if that's gonna, if she's gonna just say, "Hey, I'm in the inner circle now."
On that note, I thought it was interesting that she didn't send him the coordinates either.
Yep.
She just looked them up for herself.
Mm-hmm.
And that had me wondering, does she know that he's desperately searching for those coordinates? Did he just not mention it? Is she willingly withholding them? Does she just have no idea? I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, and one could use that as a detail on the side that she's being a double agent here, and she's sort of not really on Mr. C's side, in any sort of big way. She's just going along with it for whatever reason. She's coerced, or it's the lesser, the path of least resistance or something. So you could add that to that Diane still has some goodness left in her, that she didn't just handle the coordinates. But yeah, like you said, it's not quite clear if she knows that that's what he wants above. Well, I guess it's the second most important thing he wants. The first being the blob with the wings.
Oh yeah. Well, I assume they were connected.
Well, I assume they're connected, but I just mean like one probably leads to the other or something.
Right.
But
yeah.
But he really wants that thing.
That's his ultimate thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the coordinates are some kind of means to that, and so, yeah. I mean, maybe they're just gonna have us believe that. Well, we'll see. There was no Mr. C in this episode. We didn't see any scenes with him. So, when we pick back up with him, I'm curious what he's going to be doing, because I really don't know.
Where do we leave off with him?
He left that farm with Hutch and Chantal.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit since
it's been a while. Yeah,
and I guess we don't know where he was headed. I guess he was trying to go find Ray.
Yeah, maybe could have been, but it's like if he's going to find Ray for the coordinates, should ask Diane about that first.
Yeah, and it's like if she doesn't know that Mr. C wants the coordinates, then why was she so adamant about figuring out the coordinates? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's weird. It's weird. I don't get it. But, someday soon, I'm sure we will finally have enough information to understand this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough.
All right.
She also took her bangles off, by the way, in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Which I found to be an interesting thing. I don't know why her little bangles were off.
Mm-hmm.
Just thought I'd bring that up.
Where are your bangles, Diane?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I bangles.
I don't recognize you without your bangles, Diane.
Mm-hmm. You're missing a bangle or two. All right, yeah, let's go to the next part.
Ready for the next scene? Okay, so in the next scene, Ben is sitting in his office, and Frank comes there to see him. Frank tells him about Richard running over the boy and then trying to kill Miriam, the witness. Frank wants Ben to pay for Miriam's medical bills, and he agrees. Ben says Richard has never been right, and that Harry had some run-ins with Richard, I guess getting progressively worse over time, and Richard is apparently on the run now.
Right.
And if Ben hears from Richard, he'll call the sheriff. We find out Harry is hanging in there. And Ben mentions the key to Agent Cooper's room that Jade mailed and showed up it was a while ago now. And he was going to send it to Harry as a memento. So Frank offers to take it to Harry himself. Frank mentions they're opening an old case involving Cooper and notes that the key's arrival is strange. Frank gets up to leave, and Ben gives him the key. Frank leaves. Beverly comes in. Ben fills her in. Ben mentions that Richard never had a father. Then Then he goes on a long monologue about a bike that his father gave him.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben tells Beverly to pay for Miriam what's her name's expenses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of Rosebud, that's another little thing here that reminded me of Citizen Kane. It's like old rich guy remembering his childhood and his bike that he loved, and it's like the only time my father ever showed he loved me was when he got me this bike. Idea, and so a couple interesting things here. So Richard never being right is interesting. So later Audrey says that I think it's Audrey who says that Chuck is certifiable. So that sort of connects if Chuck and Richard are the same person.
Yeah, Audrey says that.
Yeah. So and the idea
Chuck, my son,
Richard Chuck Horn. Yeah, it's such a weird thing. Yeah, it's weird that if he is really Chuck, also, it really makes the whole naming thing weird. Like the whole idea of like we didn't get a real reveal of his character because they told us who he was in the credits, yet we don't find out, he's really a Horn until he goes to the grandmother's house, to Sylvia's. But then yet his mother's referring to him by another name. So it would just make that really unnecessarily complex.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, the idea that Harry had run-ins with him is interesting, which is just a way, I think, to tie Harry into this a bit. Because it's so easy to do, to just be like, oh yeah, Harry had a bunch of run-ins with them. We don't have to ever show it, so like, we can just say that. The idea that Richard's on the run, okay, so I don't know where he's going, except I guess he'll see Red again or something, unless I don't remember what Red wanted him to do now.
Sell the drugs, right?
Yeah, but he's not selling drugs right now.
Well, clearly not.
And if he had drugs to sell, why did he steal money from Sylvia? If he could sell drugs and get money, I mean,
because I think he had to go on the run like immediately.
Because he killed the kid and
like he did, and Miriam too. Like, and he didn't have time to.
That's right, and Miriam. So he needed money to go on the run. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's the idea. So the Red connection, I mean, they have to revisit that at some point. So I don't know if Red's gonna like intercept him somewhere as he's on the run. But I think they have to go. But it is interesting to me, like it really threw me that Frank just laid it all out. Like, we know everything that happened. Everything he says is accurate. We saw it happen, and it's like, oh, after all that, like they just know what happened. And did Miriam tell them? I wonder why exactly they know everything. Like, did Chad get the wrong letter and they got her letter after all? Like,
so I mean, we saw Miriam crawling out of the woods with the three boys, so they call the cops and and the ambulance, and she goes to the hospital. I assume they talked to her then.
Yeah.
The fact that he did say he told Harry about all this makes me think. I was thinking like, he talked to Harry on the phone off screen, but maybe he went to the hospital to see Miriam and Harry. So he, debriefed her, and the fact that he knows, that she's in intensive care and doesn't have insurance and needs a surgery, suggests that he sort of talked to her, or at least the doctors at the hospital. So maybe that's when she, maybe she was able to sort of reiterate what happened and let them know that Richard is the one who tried to kill her.
Yeah.
I love how inept he is. He reminds me of I don't know if you've seen the Avengers movies, the Marvel movies, but the first Avenger movie, Loki, the brother of Thor, is like the bad guy. He's sort of like he's like the sort of bad guy when they need a bad guy, but he's not like the main bad guy of the stories. But he's sort of badder than the rest of the people. And one of the characters tells him that Loki is going to always lose. And Loki's like, you know, why are you saying that? Like, I'm about to kill you. What are you talking about? And he says, because you lack conviction. And I always love that line of like this character just like telling another character his character flaw and why he'll never sort of beat the heroes. And Richard reminds me of Loki, like this guy who's like, he's bad because he does bad things, but so he sort of lacks conviction. You know, he sort of can't even get the job done. So he does this whole thing trying to kill Miriam, but he doesn't even do it right. You know, right. So I don't know. It reminds me of that whole thing where like no matter what he does, it's just never going to really work out for him.
He leaves the gas running and a candle, but he broke the window, I guess, and he also didn't like sufficiently like knock her out.
Yeah, I mean, he could have really just killed her, you know, and then you know let the fire, you know, or set the place on fire. I mean, if he's leaving town anyway, who cares if it looks like an accident or not? Right. You know, the thing is to like, you know, get the witness dead, you know.
Right.
So, but anyway, yeah, Richard reminds me of that kind of person who just sort of lacks conviction and is just it's interesting if he's just got daddy issues, you know, and what that's gonna mean. Are we gonna see a scene with Mr. C? Wow, a lot of C words there. See a scene with Mr. C where he and Richard are playing catch.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh man! Just
I don't know if I can handle that.
Yeah, but anyway, so
you're my Sonny Jim, Richard.
You're my Sonny Jim, my Sonny Richard. Oh God! Yeah, maybe that's the end of the show. Is like Richard and Mr. C are like stuck being a family in some alternate reality somewhere, and like that's his punishment is he has to be his father to the kid he never knew.
Yeah,
and he's like, this is a fate worse than death.
Yeah, well, I mean, Richard saying he never had a father, like, definitely to me pointed in the direction that Mr. C really is the father.
You mean Harry saying or Frank saying that?
Ben saying that.
Oh, Ben saying that. Ben said it.
I don't know what I said, but what did I say?
You said Richard said it or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, Ben saying that. I mean, it doesn't have to mean that, but the idea that the father was absent, like, adds to the idea that Cooper, you know, evil Mr. C, like, you know,
sired
Audrey in a coma.
Yeah.
And left town.
Mm-hmm.
It really looks likely at this point.
And if he actually did rape her while she's in a coma, I do wonder if she thinks the father is Billy Zane's character. I keep forgetting his name.
John Justice Wheeler.
Yeah, I wonder if she thinks that since it would have been around the same time.
Right.
And I wonder if that's what she thinks. Like, oh, he's the dad, but he's away or something.
Right. Yeah, he never came back. He promised he would come back.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting. She had recently had some relations, and so that was within a day or so of when that coma scene probably would have happened. So maybe 2 days or whatever. So it could easily be totally unclear who the father is. I mean, except without, some kind of science paternity test or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's weird. But like, what's wrong with you, Richard? You're nothing like John Justice Wheeler.
Well, he wasn't around for me to be like him, I guess.
Yeah. That's his fault.
That's his
Mommy,
fault.
not mine.
And your fault, Mommy.
And your fault also, Mommy.
Everybody's fault but Richard's.
But it did again in this scene, as with the Audrey scene, it felt like the elephant in the room. Nobody's gonna mention Audrey. If she's really Richard's
Mm-hmm.
mother, like,
Mm-hmm.
why did she not even come up?
And
Like,
that's why, I was still holding out this hope that Donna is somehow the mother,
oh,
because that's the biggest twist you could do with that whole
mm-hmm,
thing, and it would call back to the twist of her even being a Horn or Ben's daughter.
right.
So I was like, oh, who are they gonna say is the mother? And they didn't say anybody, so.
Yeah, which it just makes it seem like they're not discussing Audrey for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I wonder what that is. Like, does she disown Richard? Is there some kind of, I don't know, like, I don't know. Did she like tell the police years ago, like, don't ever come to me and ask me about Richard anymore?
Or
Like,
she's like, Richard, you're dead to me, and if anyone ever talks about you, they better call you Chuck, because I don't even want to hear your real name anymore. Or maybe she wanted to chuck him out of her life.
That's your punishment. Your name is a
Your
pun for
name is
what I want to do to you.
that's your punishment.
Ah!
You can't escape the punnery. You can't escape it.
Wow.
It's ever present.
Wow. I feel like that's actually like a really good theory, as ridiculous as it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's true, but
Mm-hmm.
it somehow makes more sense than any other explanation that I have.
Yeah. There's also just, and I don't, we probably mentioned it before, but just the idea that, a nickname for Richard is Dick, and he's a dick.
Right. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So then Ben goes on to this story about the Schwinn.
Oh, what about the key though? Also.
Oh, is that important?
Yeah, just throw that in there.
So the key was cool. That was nice that he brought that up, and
yeah, I saw it sitting there right before he brought it up, and I was like, "Oh, good! Finally, we'll get some movement on the key." And so, is Frank going to somehow? I mean, it's too bad they don't have, I don't know, like a return address or some kind of indication of where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be. I mean, the fact that he does mention that it's strange that it shows up, at that time. But I wonder if he's going to be able to make anything of it, or if he's really just going to hand it over to Harry off screen.
Yeah, I don't know what else in terms of a function the key can serve at this point. Yeah, I don't know what else. Because if he gives it to Harry, I think it's done. We're done with the key.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what else there is to do with it besides this sort of over. It gets everybody thinking about Cooper and sort of tying it back to that time period.
Right.
I thought Ben would have verified that was Cooper's key by now, but he just still says, "I'm pretty sure that this is the key to his old room."
Yeah.
The fact that he thinks Harry would want it as memento is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Which suggests he was aware of their friendship back in the day. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And even Frank saying, yeah, he would like that key. So somehow Frank knows about Cooper's relationship with his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I would assume he's talked about Cooper some, but I wonder what he said.
Mm-hmm.
How would he characterize?
Didn't Harry tell Cooper he's like the best lawman he's ever seen or something like that?
Say that.
So I think talking to his brother, another lawman, he probably would have had very nice things to say about Cooper and his ability to do all this stuff.
Right.
And he was a bookhouse boy, so
true.
I think Frank would have at least heard about Cooper through the the Bookhouse Monthly, their monthly newsletter about all things Bookhouse, all things related to the Bookhouse Boys. Current threats, what the
Right.
Renaults are up to,
Yeah, always something.
the Renault report, the Renault report or something.
Rapport.
Yeah, the Renault report. There it is. Um, still up to no good, those Renaults. Yeah, so anyway, it was cool but yeah, I don't know what else they could do with the key. I think you're right. There's no real way to get a sense of where it came from. The only way I could think they could get that information if someone at the post office, the mailman or something, was like, yeah, you don't see a key being mailed all the time, especially all the way from Las Vegas,
Right.
It's the only thing I could think of that they could hear that information.
Yeah, I feel like as much time they've devoted to the key, like it's got to come to something. I mean, I feel like it's got to be going somewhere.
Well, that's why I feel like it could have served its purpose, which is like I just said, just to tie back to Cooper's, the whole original timeline of the show, and to get these guys thinking about Cooper.
Already there. I don't know. I mean,
well, but this is a very specific. This is, I mean, yeah, but it's sort of the same specificity of like the diary and the old case files, but this is from like Ben's perspective, right? Like he's now thinking about that time period because of the key, because he wouldn't, he's not plugged into the investigation that Hawk started with the diary and everything.
Yeah.
So it gets, so that's why I feel like if Frank does just get the key to Harry, I feel like the key's over with because Harry's off screen. Yeah, and I don't know what Harry's going to do with the key off screen.
I agree with that, which is why I was thinking maybe something else would happen before he gave it to him.
I mean, the door doesn't use that key anymore, so it's not like, oh, maybe Frank will go into the room and something will happen, or Josie will be in there or something like.
Right.
So I'm thinking we're done with the key. I think this is a way for it to be sort of done, and it sort of served its purpose as sort of a connective tissue and a callback to this time period. That's what I'm thinking so far.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so he talks about this whole bike thing. I guess it's just a fond memory of his dad. Like, Richard never had a dad, so he never had any good memories or good times. Right. And so now that's why he's horrible.
Yeah. Not that Ben was exactly a model citizen, but I guess he's not as bad as Richard.
Fair enough. Hey, the bike was secondhand and it was hard to ride. Okay.
just throwing it out there. It's like,
Also want to throw out there the color of the bike, this two-tone green thing, green being a big color on the show. Just throw that out there.
Yeah.
So one of the things that Ben did not relate to Harry, I keep saying Harry and I always mean Frank, is he's basically Harry.
I mean, I think it's clear that they wrote it as Harry, and then when they couldn't get the actor, they just rewrote it to be Frank.
Yeah. So he didn't tell him that Richard attacked Sylvia and what's the son's name? Tommy?
Yeah, he brought it up.
Did he?
Yeah, he said he mentioned the robbing of Sylvia. I mean, I didn't say it, but I'm pretty sure he said that.
Oh, I thought he didn't mention it.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Pretty sure there was a brief line about that. Yeah, this is it. Such a handy thing to have these transcripts here. Okay, let's see.
He did tell somebody before about this, right? I think he told Ashley Judd's character. But I didn't think he told him in this scene.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a memory that he said that, but yeah, I can't find it.
Yeah, I don't think he told him. It wasn't it in the last part where he tells Ashley Judd though? He does tell somebody, or maybe I'm just thinking when Sylvia tells him.
Yeah, I'm confused because I swear I remember lines about that. But yeah, maybe I'm pulling it in from another scene or something.
Yeah, I remember thinking that was sort of overlooked in lieu of just Frank sort of saying the bigger thing, which is what Frank had to say about Richard.
Right.
Because he says Richard's on the run, but then that's sort of the place where Ben could be like, yeah, he just stole my wife's money and took off. So, that would corroborate that he's on the run.
Right.
Yeah, and even, Ben asks where he is if he's in jail. And, yeah, it's almost like he didn't remember that happened. That he just attacked Sylvia and then... What's the son's name again?
What?
The son, the guy that was all tied up.
Johnny.
Johnny. Sorry, I was always thinking Tommy.
Yeah. Close.
Yeah, Johnny.
But yeah, no. Yeah, Johnny.
All right.
Yeah, you're right. All right. So sorry, what was the point?
The point was that, Frank brings up that Richard did this bad thing by attacking Miriam and killing the kid, but Ben does not tell Frank that Richard attacked Sylvia and Johnny.
That's true. And I don't know. Somebody mentioned it. I have it in my head. Did I just dream that? I don't know. Anyway, you're right. That's strange. I would think he would mention that. I mean, he does say like, he stopped. We lost contact when I wouldn't give him any more money, and Sylvia basically says that when Richard first shows up. So it's sort of like. It seems like the logical thing would be that it's weird. Is he like sort of covering for him?
Mm-hmm. Or that's covering for himself if he feels responsible.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't give him any more money, so he attacked my wife or ex-wife or whatever.
Yeah. Which I guess would mean Sylvia didn't report it.
Mm-hmm. Or she reported it to Andy and no one found out.
So never report it to Andy or Chad. Either one of them.
Or Jesse.
Yeah, not Jesse either. He's not reliable.
Report it to Frank, Hawk, or Bobby. Anyone there's like those are the three good ones, and then there's like three bad ones.
Exactly. If you want something constructive to get done, please.
Wow.
Oh man. Yeah. All right.
All right. Next scene.
Okay. So in the next scene, Gordon Cole is lounging in his hotel room with a mysterious French woman
that the taxpayers are paying for. Just want you to know where your tax dollars are going, people.
So he's telling a story as she's, I don't know, leaning on him. Albert knocks at the door.
The French call that flirting.
Albert waits for the French woman to leave, which takes a very long time as she very slowly goes through putting on her shoes and lipstick and adjusting her dress and putting on her jacket. And
Mm-hmm.
oh man, this is almost like it's one of those things like sketch comedy or something where like they
Mm-hmm.
take this little interaction that's supposed to be really quick and it turns into this like endless odyssey, you know.
Yeah.
Like it makes me think of something like on Mr. Show, like change for a dollar,
Mm-hmm.
or can I use this chair, you know. This, like, such a simple idea that just like they can't get past it, and it's just
Yeah.
like, could you leave us? Like, it's so simple, just walk out of the room. But no, no, it can't be
Well,
that
and it's
simple.
like, is she a spy? Like, what's, what is she, why is it so weird?
Yeah. Yeah. As
And
soon as
why
I,
is she so oblivious to common, decorum in this situation?
right, that's just how the French are.
That's the Southern French
I
are.
She drinks the wine and like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it's bull. It's like, oh god.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Really?
she can't put her lipstick on outside. That's just not
She
how
like
it
takes a
works.
whiff of the wine. It's just like, what the why?
Or he's like, it's a
Uh
good one.
it's yeah. Um so yeah, Albert stays silent the whole time. Finally she leaves. Gordon makes a pun about a turnip.
Mm-hmm.
And Albert is also silent about that. Um, he's just not having any of this. Um, Finally, he shares Diane's message with Gordon. So at last, we get to the point of this scene, seemingly.
Later the next day.
Yeah. So he shares Diane's message. The Las Vegas, they haven't asked yet. Gordon says, "What do we know that we haven't asked her about?" And there's no answer to that. So Gordon wants to get back to his wine now, and also sometimes he worries about Albert.
Mm-hmm. All right. What a scene. Jesus Christ. So the first thing that stood out to me is this line. She's here visiting a friend of her mother whose daughter has gone missing.
Mm-hmm.
It really reminded me of Fire Walk with Me with, Gordon telling, giving Desmond the case and saying, the father's brother's mother's cousin's niece's kid.
Right.
That whole thing. I thought it was going to be something like that, where he was going to say, "Who's missing, Albert?"
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then he makes this pun, this turnip thing, which I think I thought about that pun as soon as he said that. I'm like, oh, is she going to turn up? And then he just has a pun here, and I was like, wow, that's great. Yeah, so I guess the big thing here really, there's a couple big things, but I really, Albert's reaction to Gordon's behavior is, we talked about that earlier, is so strange. And it reminded me of when, again, another strange moment for Albert and Gordon when Gordon asked Albert to, I guess it was when he asked him to go to Diane's house after, he tells her to go to the bar,
Mm-hmm.
and, she says fuck off or whatever. And then so he comes and tells Albert, hey, Albert comes and tells Cooper, hey,
Gordon.
there was a
Sorry.
No, thank you. Albert tells Gordon that, she said fuck off or whatever. And then Gordon's like, hey, can you go to her house? And then he's like, say please. And then
Mm-hmm.
Gordon it gets really tense, and Gordon pretends not to hear, but he did hear him. So yeah, this reminded me of that, where we're sort of, where Gordon is sort of being his Gordon self, and then Albert is not having any of it, and he just sort of waits to call his bluff almost, And he just in this scene, he's just sort of staring at him, and he's just like, I'm going to wait till you're done being
Mm-hmm.
weird, I'm going to wait till you turn it off, whatever you're doing. And then Gordon, and it's sort of being a bit more self-aware of why Albert is behaving that way. Gordon deflects it and just is like, I worry about you, Albert.
Right.
Where I feel like it's really the other way around, where like Albert is worrying about Gordon.
Yeah.
Which so all that is to say, you know, is Gordon's like womanizing stuff, is this worse than it normally is? Is that what's going on? You know, and Albert is picking up on that he's sort of distracted. I mean, the fact that Albert gives Gordon this new information, and then you know, about the Las Vegas text, and then Gordon is like, "Oh, we'll figure it out. By the way, I want to get back to the yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what the fuck? It's weird that they're in the middle of this big crazy case, and this is how he's spending his time, and wants to continue. Even
well,
I mean, you know, it's not the typical like obsessive agent kind of behavior.
It's kind of like, we'll solve this mystery in between glasses of wine with French women, you know?
Yeah.
And it really begs the question, considering, like, you know, the vision he had of Laura, like, last night or whenever that was supposed to be. You know, that's an insane thing. He hasn't communicated that to anybody. But I feel like Gordon is the kind of character who would find great significance in that. But he's sort of preoccupied, and you know, there was, you know, it's one thing when the woman's flirting with him and he's like really enamored with her, but like when she's like finally ready to go and she's getting up and like, you know, pulling her dress down, they make it clear how he's checking her out. You know, and he's just like, it's like he's under a spell almost, and it reminds me of like the crackpot idea about Mr. C, sort of putting women under his dark spell, you know, and they can't like resist. And it's like Gordon has a thing like that too, where like, you know, at least with this French woman, like he can't sort of snap out of it long enough, you know, like she's like an incubus or some, or succubus or whatever, you know, or a harpy or a siren or whatever sort of mythological creature that's a woman that traps men, you know. So anyway, that was a big thing that stood out to me in this. It's just, you know, Albert, because they don't have to do that. You know, they could still, you know, deal with this idea of Gordon and his sort of younger women interest and all that stuff, and say whatever they want to say about that. But they don't have to make Albert weirded out about it. You know, they don't have to make him seemingly disgusted with that or annoyed with that, or, you know, so that's like an extra level that they're doing, which seems to make it seem more important. Right.
I agree. There's a lot of focus on that, and I think it's interesting, the idea that they're actually going to do something with it. So far I had just been thinking of it as characterization, and it is weird. I also, again, don't know what the audience is supposed to think about this. Are we supposed to be like Albert, or are we supposed to say, oh, Albert, you know, you're so uptight, like, get over it, you know, like I'm not really sure.
Yeah, because Gordon's not married, you know, as far as we know. It's not like he's cheating on anybody, so there's nothing sort of overtly wrong. Yeah, so I don't know.
I was glad it wasn't Tammy.
Right, yeah, and that's what's interesting, is it's been sort of more subtly directed at Tammy. It hasn't been this overt, but it's almost like it's a little bit like, you know, it's almost like he couldn't do it to Tammy, so he's doing it to this woman or something. But there's this idea that Gordon is sort of, Albert is fed up with sort of Gordon's Gordonness, you know, so when he's like, you know, making the turnip pun, and when he's talking about how many languages are on Earth, like Albert's just like, what are you doing? Like, I'm not going to engage you with this nonsense. which is really interesting, considering this is his boss, you know, and and is it like, you know, is Gordon not taking this case seriously enough? Is that the idea here, right? You know, at this point, or
I mean, it seems that way to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then what does he say? He says, oh, yeah, again, back with Gordon and his Gordonness. He says, I really want to get back to this fine Bordeaux. And then Albert says, what kind is it? And then, Gordon pretends or seems to act like he heard, what time is it?
Yeah.
And then, Albert's just like staring at him.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? And it's like, this is the thing people know about Gordon, is that he's hard of hearing and he mistakes, phrases for other phrases all the time.
Yeah.
So the fact that Albert is like, in this case, like not having any of it seems really significant.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we supposed to think he like intentionally pretends sometimes not to hear things?
I mean, we talked about that before, and
like, not to say he doesn't actually have,
sure, yeah,
hearing loss, but
that it's almost like a bit he's doing.
Yeah,
like he sort of is playing it up in a way where he knows he said what kind, and he goes, I'll just, I have the benefit of the doubt here. I could just pretend that I thought he said what time.
Right.
I would find that really strange. I don't know what they get out of that. If he's just gonna like, at the end of the show, Albert's gonna be like, aha, I've caught you. You've been playing up your hard of hearingness, or maybe like your hearing returned normal in some time period, and you don't need this device, and you use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what would they really say about that in any substantive way? I can't really see what that is.
Yeah. I agree.
But yeah, but it is weird that Albert's just like not having any of it.
Yeah.
And is he just tired? Is this Albert like, like what is it? Is it him? Because that's what Gordon said. I worry about you,
He did say that. Yeah. Maybe it's Albert who has the problem. I have noticed that I feel like Albert is pretty different from how he was in the original series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've added some elements to Gordon, but this whole, his general demeanor and this whole, like hearing the wrong thing or whatever, like they've kept that consistent and just kind of added to it. But Albert had this, like, intense manic energy.
Mm-hmm.
In the original series, he's like fast talking and like, oh, these yokels, they don't know anything, and
mm-hmm.
Like, it really seems like he doesn't have that at all anymore. He's much more like, I don't know, quiet and calm, and like maybe he's somewhat sarcastic, but he's like way dialed back.
He seems more downtrodden than depressed.
Yeah.
He seems like something happened that kind of took that vigor out of him. Because remember, I think in a sort of crescendo in a way for him was when he sort of reconciled with Harry. And he's like, I love all men, including you, and I'm a pacifist, and his character kind of went in a slightly different direction. So it's like, he comes off as an asshole, but he really loves everybody.
The path of Gandhi and King. My concerns are global.
It's great. It's one of the great speeches on the show. It's pretty great. So that it seems like that guy has kind of died. And does it have to do with Cooper? Does it have to do with anything from the Twin Peaks stuff?
I do wonder if there's a thing there, and it did seem like he was sick after, or he felt weird or something after being around Cooper, the evil one, Mr. C. So. I wonder if there is like supposed to be something wrong with Albert.
Mm-hmm.
And Gordon's like issues are making that less clear.
Yeah, and his reticence and when he's just kind of staring at Gordon is reminiscent of Dougie's just sort of staring at people. So is it that it comes off as disapproval, but it's really he's spaced out or something?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't really want to go that far, but it's worth bringing up, I guess.
Right.
and just these long pauses and these long drawn out scenes is so
Oh,
weird. And yeah, I don't know why Gordon's eye isn't on the ball. Like, why is there no urgency to the story and figuring this all out? I mean, he just had a vortex experience,
I know. That's not
and
enough.
I'm not sure if he even knows where the coordinates lead to, because when Albert was going to tell him,
He got cut off.
He got kind of cut off. He didn't exactly say Twin Peaks in that scene, so I don't know if Gordon even knows where they lead to yet, or maybe he told him off screen. But it seems like if Gordon hears Twin Peaks, he should want to go there immediately. That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Which is maybe why he hasn't heard that yet, because they don't want him to go immediately.
Right.
But yeah, so there's still some outstanding questions here, of course.
Yeah. I think maybe there's a Las Vegas detour, or they have to. I mean, they brought up the Las Vegas thing, so they have to get into that in some way. They have to find out about it. I mean, it's interesting because there's like multiple ways at this point that they can find out about it. They've got the news report. They've got the prints that the police took. In Las
good
Vegas,
point. That's still going on. Yeah.
But they were sending off to justice. So it's like there's like all these things where I thought like surely they'll find out about this soon.
That seems like pretty classic Lynch writing, is like there's like a million ways for them to find out about Las Vegas, and they won't find any of them, and they'll completely skip it.
Yeah, and I mean the only reason they even know anything at this point is that they intercept the message to Diane. So it's like that's a third like Las Vegas thing.
And maybe that's the idea is now that they are thinking about Las Vegas, they can go and do some research, and maybe Gordon will tell Tammy to go see if the Bureau has anything new or crazy out of Las Vegas. Maybe they'll get the news footage, or maybe they'll get the hits on the prints.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the kind of thing that's going to happen.
Yeah. It'll make them look in the right place, so they don't just have to like randomly find out about it, or someone has to like specifically contact them. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right. Anything else with this part? I mean, I guess. Nope. Do you think we're going to see this French woman again?
I don't. I mean, especially if they leave Buckhorn, which I assume they will, like, pretty soon. I feel like most of the Buckhorn stuff is over. Hastings is dead. They went to the site. I feel like there's not really much left to do there. So, I'm not expecting to see her again. But who knows?
Because I could totally see her being like paid by Mr. C to like infiltrate the Gordon. You know what I mean? Like I could totally see that.
Second mole.
Yep. The only thing better than one mole is two moles.
It's like, yeah, because I was wondering, as extensive as these plans are and so on, and this goes for Diane too, like how suspicious he is that the FBI are intercepting these messages. Like that maybe... maybe he knows they're doing that, but like, there's like a second mole and they're not expecting that.
It's just so weird that she's visiting a friend of her mother whose daughter has gone missing. So there's another missing woman,
Right.
And why would, it's not, oh, she's in the hospital, or, oh, she had a baby, or, whatever. It's that she's missing.
Yeah.
And it's her mother's friend's daughter who's missing.
Right.
Right. Which is strange.
It is strange. But yeah, I'm very tempted to chalk that up, and really the whole French woman thing to like, that case they were going over, with the various pictures of the women and like random stuff that they talked about in that early scene. that they haven't gone back to. And I also feel after this episode relatively comfortable throwing the Warden Murphy story involving Mr. Strawberry and McCluskey and the dog.
Wow.
Like, I feel like that's color, but not necessarily something that is a detail that matters for the story.
We still don't know what that piece of flesh or whatever it was in the trunk.
Oh, yeah.
Under the cooler or whatever that was. We still don't know about the stuff that the guy who was the maintenance guy or whatever at Ruth's apartment, or talking on the phone or whatever that was all about. And there's just so many details. It's really amazing.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's definitely the most detail-oriented TV show I think I've ever watched.
Yeah, and we watched Lost.
I know. But yeah.
Like
not
pound
to say
pound.
that isn't a detailed show, but this is just out of control. I mean, in such a compressed way.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really just one season. And I mean, the original series was not like this.
No,
not
at all. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so in the next scene, we have Hutch and Chantal waiting outside. What we find out is Warden Murphy's house. They don't have time to torture him because Chantal is hungry and wants to go to Wendy's. That's really what happened. Hutch shoots Warden Murphy a couple times. His son comes out and I guess sees it and is upset. And then Hutch and Chantal head for Wendy's.
Woo! Get that 99-cent value menu, man. Get the spicy chicken sandwich. Get up on them nuggets and toast it off with the Frosty.
Ooh.
Yeah, watch out. All for under $5.99.
Are you out of your mind?
If you miss this deal, you will be. Man, you gotta love it. Good old Wendy's. Again, this, add a check to the consumer review category here. Just this little theme here with the consumer reviews and it sort of reminds me of the previous scene with Audrey's husband. What's his name?
Charlie.
With him being so tired, he can't do something because he's tired, and the only thing was missing. But he was like, "I'm so tired. I need a new Peter Posturpedic bed." Whatever that is. I need. Good thing they're having a sale down at Mattress Giant.
Yeah.
Mattress Giant, where you can get low discount. To mattresses for high quality. Yeah. Oh man, it's so weird. But anyway, this scene is pretty much what I guessed it was gonna be. Which is they're just gonna get him when he's at home. Yeah. Yeah.
The simpler plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious why we're seeing this. It's not clear to me why this really matters. I mean, I feel like Hutch and Chantal are not going to be major characters. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but so in terms of character development, it's like they kill a guy, they don't care much, they go to Wendy's, it's fine. But, plot-wise, I mean, they could just say they did it. I don't know. This is a weird scene for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just seems like it's just the obvious thing happens. And there's no surprises, really, except Wendy's, I guess.
Wendy's is always a surprise. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
It's just kind of functional, fulfilling something that they set up earlier.
Yeah, I guess I see the main point being that we could just get what is probably going to be an inevitable next scene where the FBI finds out that the warden is dead.
Oh,
I feel like
okay.
that's the real only point to even killing the warden is sort of for someone to find out he's dead.
Yeah, well, no, so I mean, I guess I was saying, why have the scene, like, and just not,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
could still have them get the
That's what.
call,
Yeah,
and they could say, we took care
I'm
of the
a,
warden for you, and it'd
yeah.
be
I'm
like a
agreeing with
line.
you. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
I'm
sorry.
agreeing with you saying that that call is the main point of this whole plot.
Sorry.
And that like yeah
Wanted to
like
interrupt before you agreed with me, because that can't happen.
that can't happen. No, I'm agreeing that the sort of what really matters is what happens after this scene,
Right.
which is someone finding out that the warden is dead. Yeah, the reaction. So why even show this? I mean, you know, you got Tim Roth and Jennifer Jason Leigh. I guess you put them in a scene.
Put them on screen. Yeah.
That's one thing I could think of. But yeah, I agree with you in general that this is the kind of scene that in other little plot lines they have skipped over. And they just tell us what happened.
Right.
But I guess you know, I don't know if there's anything. You know, there is some horror here with the son witnessing it. So there's a little bit of that going that you wouldn't necessarily get if they had just said, "Oh, we killed the warden."
That's true.
But yeah, anyway, that's yeah, all right.
Well, there we go. So I guess we can move on. There's really not that much here. It's kind of just the thing happening. Okay, so you ready for the next thing?
I am.
Okay, so the next bit here, I won't really summarize it, but we get another Dr. Amp video podcast, and we see Nadine still watching, still from the same place. I guess Jerry's not watching this time because he escaped the woods.
Oh no, he's gonna miss the episode he already saw.
It was, yeah. I mean, it had a different ending, but yeah, the beginning part was the same from part 5.
Oh wait, what's different?
The ending part's different. Like if you watch the whole thing, like he does up to the point where, well, no, I don't remember exactly where it is. Like he has this whole intro bit, and that's totally repeated, but the later part of what he says is not the same as what he said in episode 5. I mean, it's certainly along similar lines, but it's not literally like verbatim the same thing like the first part is, you know, about the ramp of justice and the lamp of freedom, and like that whole speech is the repeated part. But what he says after that is seemingly new.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, I don't know what to say about this. It's a transition. You know, we've already seen this idea presented. So where are you going with this one? I don't really know what to do with this scene.
Yeah, I find this whole thing very strange. You know, first of all, I find his ideology very strange because he's railing against like empty consumerism by selling empty consumerism.
Yeah, and hypocritical, yeah.
And it sort of seems tongue-in-cheek, you know, but also seems like he really wants people to buy these things. And it's such a strange idea to set up this sort of socio-political economic problem and then say the way to get out of it is this shovel that's painted gold, 2 layers guaranteed.
2 coats, yeah.
You know, and it's just like, and then you buy that, and then what do you do when you get it? You know, like, you know, he shovels himself out of the mud, you know, like in the sort of demo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what he actually wants people to do with this thing. Do they understand that it's just sort of like what is it like? Like a souvenir from his show, or sort of a, you know, instead of buying a T-shirt that says Dr. Amp, you can buy an official Dr. Amp shovel. You know, is it just that, do they understand that, or are people thinking like, yeah, you know what, fuck the system, I'm gonna get a shovel and then I'll be free? Like, I don't really get it. And so, and then I have to, you know, then you want to think about, you know, sort of what are the analogies or metaphors going on here. there is that whole thing about sort of there is this sort of right wing talk radio connection to
Alex Jones.
well, yeah, specifically though to buying gold, to like gold being a way or a sense of security, especially in times of crisis. So there's like a connection there between those two things. And then of course Dr. Amp, electricity. We know electricity is big on with the supernatural part of the show. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know why it's here, sort of on the show, and I don't know why it's here at this place in this part.
Right.
And the fact that like Nadine is selling his shovel in her shop.
Is that what it's supposed to be? Not just kind of displayed there?
I assume you can buy it there. I mean, maybe you. I mean, it'd be weird if you see it in the store, but you have to order it. You have to mail in your order. But that's not the craziest thing ever, I guess. But yeah, I assume you could get them at the store also.
I guess I thought she was just like that was hers, and she was just showing it out front because she was proud of her Dr. Amp shovel because she's such a big fan. I guess. I didn't necessarily think she was selling it.
I thought they were in partnership. I thought she's like, hey, I have a storefront. Like, he's only selling by mail.
I know, it's a mess.
And so I thought, but if you're in town, you can actually buy them at Nadine's shop.
Right. Well, it'd be nice if he said that. That would kind of clarify things a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be true. It could be true. It's just not what I assumed.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I guess she could just have her shovel, and if you know what that is, you understand. And if you don't, you don't understand why she has a Dr. Amp shovel. But anyway, I guess that if it's not that they're in some sort of business relationship, then my point I was going to make, which was going to be like, why is she feverishly watching his show? Like, if she sort of knows him personally, or like she has access to all this, it's just a little bit strange. But I guess that might not be exactly the case. So, yeah, all right. I don't know if I have much else to say about
what else can you say? All right, so let's move on then to the weirdest scene in this part for some reason. So in the middle of this Dr. Amp rant, and you're kind of settling in. I mean, that is one thing it does. It kind of puts you in a comfort zone because it's something you've seen before, and you kind of just feel like, okay, I know what this is. There's nothing new or exciting happening on screen, and suddenly Audrey Horne's there. Like you said earlier, they just cut to her in a very quick and direct way. Like, there's no lead up, there's no entrance, there's no whatever.
They cut to a pan, like they're in the middle of a pan when they cut to her, but I almost think like they probably had a longer pan, where she was off screen, and then they panned towards her and they just cut the first part out for some reason. So they did try to do a camera move, but it's more of a pan, with her in it, starting with her in it and ending on the husband.
Yeah. Right. So she's standing in a room, and I'm going to try to summarize what happens. They have a very long conversation. I think the scene's like 10 minutes or something. We talked about that earlier. And it goes through like various stages, but I'll do my best to summarize. So at the beginning here, they're waiting for the phone to ring. Her and Charlie, who I guess we find out is her husband. Audrey wants to check the roadhouse. But Charlie has a deadline. We don't quite know what they're talking about yet, but we find out that they supposedly both want to find Billy, this character named Billy that we talked about earlier, the farmer, we believe that's who that is. But Charlie has this deadline. Audrey's not really hearing that. Billy's been missing for 2 days. And let's see, Audrey's in love with and having sex with Billy, and also Billy was bleeding from his nose and mouth in her dream. And let's see, Tina was the last person to see Billy, and Charlie never called Tina like he was supposed to. Audrey wants Charlie to sign the papers, but Charlie thinks there's something fishy about them. Audrey wants to run them by Paul. I forgot there's a Paul too.
Yeah.
Audrey wants to run them by Paul, and maybe Paul should give Charlie a visit. Oh my God. And Charlie says, "You would go back on our contract." Um, Charlie finally agrees to go with Audrey. That's like a tangent there. I don't know what's going on there with the contract. Charlie finally agrees to go with Audrey to the Roadhouse. But before that, he decides to call Tina to see if she knows anything. Audrey thinks Chuck is certifiable. I mentioned that earlier. Chuck apparently told Audrey that Tina was the last one to see Billy.
And there's that line about Tina. If her husband's there, she won't be able to talk. But who's her husband?
Right. Is it Chuck?
Is it Chuck?
I assumed her husband was Chuck. I don't know that for sure.
Well, it can't be Chuck if it's Richard. If Chuck is Richard.
Well, yeah.
But there's also some other names in there, yeah.
Right, Richard's not married, so yeah, then it creates that problem. So let's see. Right. So Chuck told Audrey that Tina was the last one to see Billy. Apparently Chuck stole Billy's truck last week. Audrey didn't know this. Billy called the sheriff. They found the truck, called Billy, and Billy got his truck back and dropped the charges. That's what it said about it.
Yeah, so that can't be Chuck. Chuck can't be Richard, because if he's dropping charges against Chuck, then that's...
He could drop the charges out of fear.
But I feel like that gives more information about what's going on to the cops, right? Like, if he's dropping charges against him.
True.
I don't know. That seems like a detail that wouldn't be the case if Richard is Chuck.
You would think like Frank would mention. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, if they know about this truck being stolen, if they know Chuck is Richard, like, is it some alias that people don't know? Is he living a double life? Like, it doesn't really add up for me. But so then Charlie calls Tina and asks Tina about Billy. Tina seemingly tells him something, and he's surprised by that. Gets off the phone, but he will not tell Audrey what he learned. So that's the end of the scene.
Yeah. This was a weird scene.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
It's almost like a Coen Brothers scene. Where people are sort of talking around things and having weird mysteries in the conversation. I don't know where to start. I mean, I guess I don't know why they know so many people.
They know so many people. So like now that it's like ridiculous. Now that I kind of look at this, there's really two parts to this. There's the Billy mystery, like, where's Billy, and what happened to him, like, you know, what happened with the truck, and how does that connect with Richard, and so on. There, you know, that basic story. And then there's this thing about the contract. It seems like that's a separate thing.
I assume there's some sort of prenuptial agreement.
Yeah, okay. It seems like that's the context where it comes up.
Yeah. And I assume she wants a divorce. He wants to run the papers by his lawyer. And then she's like, well, maybe I should run them by Paul. Now, who's Paul? Now, Paul's not Billy. Paul's not the guy she's seeing.
Right.
So Paul is her lawyer, I guess.
That's what it sounds like.
And then, but then he transitions into, you know, Paul can come give you a visit, and he's like, don't.
Yeah.
And then he's offended that, like, his rights might be sort of trampled on somehow by Paul's visit or Paul's interference with this.
Right.
And then he thinks that's reneging on a contract. Right. Which means she agreed not to have a lawyer come visit him.
Right.
Or a lawyer involved in a divorce or in a dispute. Yeah, it's very... It's very strange. I'm very curious about what type of contract they have, and maybe that's why Audrey is cheating on him, because like they are not together by love, but maybe some other reason.
That's kind of what I thought was implied by the contract thing, that they did some kind of deal, some kind of mutually beneficial arrangement or something, and but I don't get it. Why? It's like it doesn't add up for me, because I mean, just based on the series, Audrey is heading towards like taking a bigger role in the business, the Horton Industries thing. I mean, by like inheritance and stuff, I mean, she should be fine, so what happened that she would like enter in a contract with this guy, Charlie, like, I don't really understand.
Well, you're forgetting to include one key event that may have happened.
Oh, you mean
which might have derailed her future plans?
The hospital incident?
Yeah, the hospital incident and the subsequent birth of Richard. So I think that really sort of most likely derailed the sort of rising star of Audrey Horne.
Yeah, okay.
And sort of put her on this path. I was just thinking of like, what business deal could she be involved in? I'm thinking maybe Charlie owns Ghostwood. And she's trying to get it back, and they made some sort of deal, some sort of marriage, and she can have some of it or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe she's trying to help her dad out, finally getting Ghostwood back in the family name.
Right.
So maybe it has something to do with that old thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And it could also tie into whatever supernatural stuff that might be towards the end game. If it does come back to Ghostwood and the Sycamore Glastonbury Grove stuff. So maybe if she owns that, yada yada. I don't know.
Right. Something interesting. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, the thing that's like really weird, I mean, besides just the weirdness of this scene, I mean, this feels like something that like in a screenwriting class, they would say like, never do this. Like never write a scene like this.
Yep.
So that's disconcerting, but since we've been watching the show pretty closely for the podcast, we at least have some idea who they're talking about as far as Billy goes. And the truck thing, like it kind of fits with things we know. But the thing I couldn't get over the whole scene is that she never mentions Richard, seemingly, unless again she's calling him by some other name. And yet Richard was seemingly heavily involved and possibly he's the one responsible for Billy's disappearance. And is it going to turn out that that's a weird coincidence?
I think.
Or did he know that his mother and Billy were having an affair and used the truck out of spite or something? I mean,
I think Chuck stole Billy's truck, and then Richard took the truck from Chuck.
Richard took it from Chuck. Okay.
Sorry, that just sounds like Dr. Seuss.
But then why is Billy missing?
Well, because I think after Richard hit the kid, I think Richard, parked the car, cleaned it up, cleaned the evidence off of it, the blood on the front. And then I think, did they say Chuck brought the truck back?
I think they said the police found the truck.
Okay, so
I'm assuming they brought
that makes
it back.
sense. That makes sense. That's better for my theory. So yeah, Richard just like left the truck somewhere, maybe tried to hide it, and then the police find it. They bring it back, and then Richard goes into like, covering his tracks mode. So he goes to get some money to leave town. Then he goes to take care of Miriam, and then I think he also went to go take care of Billy because. Now.
How does he know about Billy? I guess.
Well, he might know whose truck it is. He might know Chuck and Billy.
He just happens to know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he
Chuck,
knows.
Does Chuck know Billy? I
Chuck
guess
should
Chuck
know
knows
Billy. Yeah, Billy didn't press charges against Chuck, so he should
Right.
know Billy.
Okay. But he stole his truck anyway.
It's like maybe. Okay, listen. either Billy thinks Richard's name is Chuck, or Billy was
Right.
mistaken and Richard stole the truck, but he looked like Chuck, or Billy was just mistaken that
Right.
it was Chuck.
Right.
Or it's what I'm saying, which is Chuck did steal the truck.
Yeah.
Sam I am.
I know.
And
I know.
and then Richard took the truck from Chuck. Green
Right.
eggs and ham.
Yeah. That's I feel like it's got to be one of those two things.
I named three
and-
things.
Wait, sorry. What was the third one? So I got
yeah, you tell
Richard
me
is
what you
Chuck
did.
or Richard's not Chuck, and he took it from Chuck. What's the third one?
Or Billy's mistaken that he thinks it was Chuck, but it was actually Richard.
Oh, he's just wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. That could be true. So yeah, I'm just wondering how much Richard knew and how much of this is just like a bizarre coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because like I could imagine it being a thing where if he knew about it, I could imagine like, I'll take Billy's truck, fuck him or whatever.
If he knew about what?
Audrey's affair. With Billy.
Yeah. Well, I don't see those two
Or-
things needing to be related at all. So what are you suggesting?
It's a really weird coincidence to me if it's just a coincidence.
That he stole the truck of somebody his mother's having an affair with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
That's why I want to believe it's not a coincidence, but I don't know enough to know how it would not be a coincidence based on the information they tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems as though Audrey has no idea Richard's involved in this.
Yeah.
Unless Chuck is what she calls Richard. I don't know. That's gonna be weird. He's certifiable. Like that just feels a little. I don't know. It feels a little mild for Richard somehow, even though he is crazy.
Yeah.
It seems a bit dismissive or something, and I would think it would come up. I don't know. It's just bizarre. To me.
and then I guess another reason why people might think this is a dream is Audrey talks about her dream,
right?
Where she sees Billy bleeding from the nose and mouth, and sometimes in dreams, sometimes hearken to truth.
So I heard.
They hearken to truth.
Hearken to truth.
Yeah.
Well, it corroborates too many things. I mean, I guess it could be like some bizarre Mulholland Drive-esque thing where like there's stuff that corresponds to things that happened, but like the names are different or something. She'll wake up and like it was really. I mean, I guess they could do that. But it just, I feel like.
Oh no, they can't do that.
Context-wise,
they can't do that.
I don't see that happening.
You're saying she would wake up from this scene and she was like, every time I said Chuck, I really meant Richard.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous, but just like that is kind of the game that happens in Mulholland Drive. Like there's all these characters and their names get shuffled around.
Mm-hmm.
Like you find out that like Betty isn't Betty, it's she's Diane, who was the waitress in the in her dream, and Betty was some other character, and you know what I mean. Like there's all this like character name shuffling going on. I really don't think that's it. I just think, like you're saying, like the presentation of it does not suggest whatsoever that this is a dream.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and it corroborates like certain events that we know happened in the real world. So, it leaves a lot of unanswered questions, obviously. But yeah, I don't really think it's a dream.
So I guess Tina is Billy's wife or significant other, maybe that's why she was the last person to see him.
But I thought, weren't they worried about her husband being there? I mean, she was supposed to be the last one to see him.
Tina's the one that has the husband.
Yeah, I think Tina's the one with the husband, so I don't think Billy's the husband.
Hmm. Okay. Okay.
It would be really nice if there was a Tina that we met before, like in one of those scenes with random characters, would somehow tie this together. But
Yeah.
this is the first Tina ever introduced, I believe. So yeah, I thought Tina was supposed to be involved with Chuck, but maybe they don't specifically say that. So there's like Tina's husband, but also Chuck. It's just that Chuck told Audrey that Tina was the last one to see Billy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the one that heard that, which is a little weird. If Chuck is Richard, like that's a little weird. If he's the one who actually like killed Billy or something.
Yeah. Richard, but Richard isn't Paul or Chuck. Okay. The husband. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I was trying to see if there's anything else could piece out of this scene. Yeah, why was Tina the last person to see Billy? You know,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
how did
yeah.
they know that?
Where
Yeah,
did she see
I guess
Billy?
Chuck said that. Now, yeah, that
I
that actually
know.
is a
Can we
good.
trust Chuck? And also, the last time we saw Billy, he was with Andy.
Well,
You know?
I was gonna say, if Chuck is Richard, then it would make sense if Chuck lied and said, "Oh no, Tina was the last person to
Right,
see him, even though I
right.
just killed him or something."
Yeah. It seems like it might help to know what Tina told Charlie.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. It actually might line up with what Tina told Charlie, which could be that she wasn't the last person to see him. Like she
Right,
hasn't seen him in 3 days or something.
right, right.
And then that would also be a reason why Charlie might not want to tell Audrey,
Yeah,
since it's sort of worse news, since they have no leads now.
right.
So that's an idea. I don't know,
Yeah,
but that necessitates that Chuck is Richard.
which
Richard.
is strange.
Richard. Yeah. And
Richard Charles
Charlie.
Horn.
Well,
I mean,
I was
guess.
gonna say this guy's named Charlie.
Right, that's
So
kind of weird.
do they think that, yeah, maybe he's like, I was gonna say Charles Richard Horn,
Mm-hmm.
but I was trying to make him a junior somehow. But like if this guy is the dad or thinks he's the dad, then they call the kid, Charlie Jr. or Chuck.
Yeah, that's
Um,
interesting.
and so that could be a thing. That's why they call him Chuck.
Yeah,
But the line "Chuck is certifiable" doesn't sound like something she'd say to her about her son.
yeah,
But
yeah.
he is, though.
Well, true. Yeah,
Yeah, definitely. You're right. This is a scene that if you read this in film school, they would tell you to rewrite it.
yeah. It just seems like it's breaking all sorts of like this is
Mm-hmm.
introducing all these things like the audience has no idea who they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple names are coming up, like not just one. It's one thing if it's one and it's a mystery. I mean, really, it's one thing if they just talked about Billy, because even the
Yeah.
Billy thing is pretty
Billy's
subtle.
a mystery, Chuck's a mystery, Paul's a mystery, Tina's a mystery, Tina's
Yeah.
husband's a mystery.
Yeah,
And then on top of that, they get on the phone and have a one-sided conversation.
yeah,
So you don't know what, and then he's not sharing.
yeah. Which is just like really. So yeah, maybe what she said will somehow connect to Richard, and maybe that's the thing they're just delaying for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Audrey's got to have some kind of scene or some kind of reckoning with Richard and the whole situation that happened. In the
Yeah.
past, like I think they've got to address that in some way,
Mm-hmm.
and it just seems like they're going out of their way to like dance around it, but not actually address it head on initially here.
Yep.
Which is very strange. So I don't know anything else about this
Nope.
mess. Okay, So we go on to the next scene. We have Diane back at the hotel bar. Diane remembers the coordinates and she puts them into her phone. We talked about this earlier, and we find out that they point to Twin Peaks.
Surprise!
Yeah. Yeah, not exactly a surprise
Now,
for us.
Are the
but,
coordinates just the town of Twin Peaks, or are they some spot outside of Twin Peaks, like within the area?
I assumed they were fudging that, in that it was just a place close to, like, Twin Peaks was the closest to, and it sort of like gave the for the audience, it gave the best indication of like what it is. It's like some place by Twin Peaks, but
yeah, it reminds me of when Harry looked up Jackrabbit Palace or whatever.
Yeah,
and it didn't make it clear how far from Twin Peaks it was.
Right. And I'm assuming this is that place.
Yeah. Well,
which I still think is reasonably close to Twin Peaks. I mean,
yeah.
on a national scale or whatever. Within an hour or so, I would say. I mean, Major had to drive there to work every day.
Sure. Yeah, that would make sense if it's just outside.
Yeah.
I did think the town of Twin Peaks was closer to the coast.
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because I thought that's where One-Eyed Jacks was.
No, I think they cross like a river or something to get there.
Okay.
I don't know what river that's supposed to be exactly, but yeah, you're right. They do take boats to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I knew they crossed the river, but I just thought it was more on the coast than where this actually is for some reason.
I thought it was always supposed to be eastern, but now I'm confused. Maybe you're right. Maybe they changed it. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, she's got the coordinates.
Yeah. So I mean, we kind of.
You know what's weird about that, though? You know how? I mean, is this supposed to be Jackrabbit's Palace? Because why would the Major need coordinates to a place he knows where it is? And then why would his head pop off when he gets these coordinates?
That's a good point. Maybe it is a different place.
I think it's.
But it's just it just seems like
it should be
process elimination.
It should be Glastonbury Grove, I think. If anything,
but then Evil Cooper should know where that is. I mean, that's where he came from originally.
But he might not know where the coordinates. He might know that the coordinates lead to where he's trying to go, but he might not know where the coordinates are. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, okay, so say he's trying to find experiment or something, right? And he's like, okay, I know that if I go to the coordinates, there's a portal that'll lead me to experiment. He might not know that that's Glastonbury Grove. He might not know they're one and the same.
Yeah.
Which would kind of fit this whole weird thing about the coordinates and the secretary and sort of having information at certain times. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be Jack. I don't know what they're gonna get at Jackrabbit's Palace. I thought that would be. I guess I thought that was more. Let's see. Let me think. Buckhorn, the sort of place at Buckhorn where the Sky Portal was, is where he went to hibernate. And then when they brought him the coordinates, when Hastings and Ruth brought him the coordinates there, his head popped off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why the Major would need coordinates to Jackrabbit's Palace. Barely would be convincing.
But maybe it's just like the Evil Cooper thing, that he knew it needed to be where he knows where Jackrabbit's Palace is, but he didn't know. He knew that these coordinates pointed to a place, but he didn't know until he got the coordinates. That, of course, he left that message.
Yeah, it's a bit harder of a hill to climb for him
Yeah,
because it's a place he worked at. It's a
right.
why go there in the first place. Yeah, it's harder for him to, I think, have sort of suspension of disbelief for that idea.
Yeah, so maybe the Jackrabbits Palace thing is something that's going to happen sooner rather than later, and there's actually a different place that these coordinates are leading to that, maybe will be closer to the end, some kind
Mm-hmm.
of confrontation there. It's just a bit odd writing it that way, but it does seem possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also don't know why the Major wants to go to the place where Experiment's going to come out.
I don't think he does. I don't really think like Mr. C wants experiment. But yeah, well, the Major ends up is in the non-existent place that Cooper went, and he got there through the Black Lodge. So it could be that the Major wanted to go to the Black Lodge, and sort of whatever he did to get there from the portal area, um, took his head off, and then like
Hmm.
sent it to non-existent space or something,
Right.
or well, that was the other thing is I guess did he say Cooper? Is
He
that what
said Blue
Hastings?
Rose.
He said Blue.
Oh,
No, no,
sorry,
no. I mean,
sorry. Who?
before his head flew off,
Oh, yeah, yeah. He said Cooper.
he
You're
said
right.
Cooper, and then his head sort of goes to where Cooper is,
Yeah, yeah.
and so maybe he thought Cooper was still in the Black Lodge, and he would go there. But I still can't think of why he needs the coordinates because I don't understand what was the triggering mechanism that allowed his head to go where it went.
Right,
Um, is it just
right.
was it something with the portal place? Like did the portal do that to them? It sort of just
Hmm.
took a head and took a body, or well, it took both of their heads, but sort of. I guess it left. I guess maybe it took both heads and left both bodies, but and then Mr. C or
Oh,
somebody.
so Ruth's head is out there somewhere? No, no, no. Ruth's head was back there,
Oh, that's
right?
right.
Yeah,
Ruth's head
Ruth's head
was
was in the
there.
apartment
Ruth's head was
originally.
in the apartment.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
Ruth is totally accounted for at this point. It's the Major's head that is yeah.
So, but it still sort of severed both heads,
It did, yeah, seemingly.
unless
If the
unless
same
it
thing
like
happened to both of them.
unless it didn't sever her head, and like Mr. C is like, well, I've got a body, and he shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, I know. It's weird if he's there. It makes no sense if he's there. And yet, I agree. I want him to be there. He was clearly there very close to the time. I mean, the next day, he's there to kill Phyllis, and the woodsmen were asking him, "What's your wife's name?" And of course, it also was implied they were having an affair. So who knows? He was around, but it is weird if he was there.
Mm-hmm.
It's also like he should have been there. Why wasn't he there?
Well, maybe he was there. I'm thinking maybe if they were at the convenience store or something, or outside the convenience store that we saw in the '50s era, like maybe it's weird and maybe it's chaotic, and you can sort of be in the same room with people, but there's so many people there, and time is flowing strangely that like you can't sort of do things sort of straightforwardly. Maybe it's that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's very weird. I'm still upset with these coordinates.
Yeah, yeah, it's very confusing at this point. I
Okay, so the sheriff and the cops have directions to Jack Rabbit's palace,
yeah,
and it says, "Hey, come there these 2 days."
yeah,
And there's a bit of a symbol with the sort of weird thing that Mr. C wants.
yeah,
And then there's coordinates that Hastings and Ruth were told to get by the Major when they visited him at the portal place.
yeah.
And uh, okay, and then he tells them to go to the military base and get the coordinates. They get the coordinates. They come back. They give him the coordinates. He says Cooper. His head flies off. And Ruth's head comes off, but
somehow
stays there. Both parts stay on Earth.
Yeah.
Because she didn't say Cooper. So
maybe that was the problem.
Her head didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Now, why didn't Hastings' head have anything to happen to it? I guess is a question. And then okay. So now there's coordinates on Ruth's arm that Mr. C wants, but he seemingly doesn't know. I mean, Ruth's dead at this point. Isn't in the beginning of the show when Mr. C sends Ray to go, it's the secretary, sorry.
Different person.
So Ruth is dead.
That goes back to the contrivance discussion.
Because he can't say go get it from Ruth because he may not know she has it, or he doesn't know where her body is, but he should know where the body is if he's the one who planted it in her apartment.
Indeed. Yeah.
But he doesn't, well, I guess, he's got the head, but not necessarily the body. So, I'm thinking...
But then how did that happen? I mean, it's...
I'm thinking, it's like my original idea that when the Major said Cooper, his head left, Ruth's head left, but, like... both pieces went back to Earth. Like I'm almost can imagine a scene where it's like a flashback and like the portal opens and like her head flies out, but not her body, and like Mr. C's there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I guess just it's like the Major's body and Ruth's head are there. And he takes those and leaves. Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, Ruth's body comes out.
But it was too late. He was already gone. Yeah. Okay.
Something like that.
That's possible. Hard to argue with that.
So we don't know what's at Jack Rabbit's palace, but the Major's related to both things. He's the coordinates.
Definitely.
And the fact that he was hibernating is an interesting detail. Like he was gathering strength or like trying to avoid people, right? Who could he be avoiding? And maybe that's the thing too. Maybe there was nobody there in wherever. So I'm assuming like, there's the portal place, right? And there's like these like houses there or these buildings there. And then there's actually the portal that leads to the wallpapered stairs, right? So I don't really know where the Major was. If he was, I'm assuming he was in the portal place, like through the portal.
Yeah, because that's what I was assuming.
That's what Hastings said. So he was hibernating there inside that place. And so maybe the woodsmen weren't there when the Major was there the first time. Yeah. And then when Hastings goes and gets the coordinates, they start following him. Yeah. And then they follow Hastings through to the portal place. Yeah. And then that's why there's so many men there, he says. Right. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, then hilarity ensues, I guess. I still
sure you can guess where it goes from there.
I'm still trying to figure out, okay, but then why does the Major want the coordinates? He wouldn't want coordinates to a place he already knows. So he knows Twin Peaks. He shouldn't need coordinates to Twin Peaks. Unless it's like a weird thing that he knows that, like, if he has the numerical value of a geolocation, he can just go there. Mm-hmm. Like, could that be a thing?
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to know what the limits are. Maybe that's
you
where
can just like teleport.
Head flying over to. I don't know.
That actually, oh man, I wish his head didn't come off. Because I was gonna say maybe he teleported to Twin Peaks and then left that message, in the chair,
Oh, right.
and then disappeared.
But no, Betty said when he gave the message, it was right after he met with Mr. C, right after he came out of the Black Lodge. That's when he gave her that thing. So it was definitely before these events.
What if
he went into hibernation? He went into hibernation presumably when he supposedly died in that fire at the station.
Yeah, how did he even know about the portal place to go hibernate into? I mean,
yeah, well, it's a good question.
So, but I was gonna say maybe in the recent past, last few weeks or whatever, his head, he's in the portal place. He gets the coordinates. He says Cooper. His head flies off. Maybe his head goes back in time. And he tells the Major of the past what to do.
Okay, I would not say that's impossible.
I love that piqued your interest. You're like, oh, okay, now you're talking head time travel. All right.
It's really not impossible. I mean, Annie appearing in Laura's bed is not that far from what you're saying. I mean, it's a little crazier because it's his own head, but
yeah, Cooper has the dream.
The idea of
Cooper's dream of the future.
Yeah, they've definitely portrayed that happening. So I think that's not out of the question. Because the question is how would he know that stuff, and that would provide some kind of explanation that would be consistent with other things they show. So that's why, as ridiculous it seemed reasonable.
Yeah, so I think maybe his head talks to him back in the past and tells him what to do.
Oh, I wish we could see that scene.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's a sort of a time paradox where he only sort of can tell himself what to do because he's already done it, but he hasn't done it the first time because he hadn't told himself what to do yet.
Right.
Somehow that could work. And so we don't ever get the original sort of timeline. We just get this closed loop version of events where this happened. Maybe something weird like that. But yeah, I could see his head just kind of appearing to him and Garland, you have a mission. Or maybe there's something specific with Blue Rose, in terms of well, he was over on Project Blue Book. The FBI is more Blue Rose, but maybe he knows about Blue Rose. I'm just thinking maybe there's some protocols or something, so all he needs to hear is his head say Blue Rose, and he knows sort of what the protocols are. Go into hibernate, leave this message, go into hibernation, that kind of thing. Yeah, wow. Such weirdness. Okay, and then I guess that hasn't solved the real problem of what's at Jack Rabbit's palace.
Right. That's a big question. I assume that we'll find out that soon. I mean, the day's coming up. I guess we might have a couple of parts where we're mostly dealing with Dougie / Mr. C and kind of getting those things in order. And maybe it will be closer to the end. But I think last time they checked in with the time, it was it was going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
and there's 2 days. So
and there's 2 days, so that maybe they'll go there one day, and then the second day something else will happen.
Yeah, maybe the cops go there the one day, and then the FBI gets there by the second day or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I have no. I mean, I am expecting Experiment to come into play in some way. It's not clear that Evil Cooper just wants Experiment or wants to release Experiment or something. I mean, that's maybe the more obvious thing that it could be, but I do think that we'll see Experiment again, and it will play some role in all this. But yeah, aside from that, I don't really know what to expect at the place.
Yeah, Experiment is so weird to me. I can't factor it into the plot at all. I just can't. I need more. The only thing I could think is if he knows somehow that Experiment can create things, and he wants something created. But you know, a character like this generally wants power,
Right.
or you know, to not die, or to sort of, you know, take over evil or something, take over the planet, or
Right.
you know. But he hasn't made his motivations clear. He's the best
True.
he has said is this is what I'm looking for, which is just
Yeah.
that symbol.
The symbol.
But he
yeah.
hasn't said why or what it's going to lead to. Um, yeah, and maybe there's some sort of, you know, if they can manufacture a human being, maybe something else can be manufactured, and he wants that, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Experiment seems like I feel like he shouldn't even know about Experiment. It seems like you know, it reminds me of like Lord of the Rings, where like, you know, in the mythology, there's all of these higher beings above like Gandalf and Sauron that you don't ever hear about in the
Right.
context of the Fellowship and all that stuff with Frodo. And that's kind of how I feel with Experiment. Like, it should be so far beyond these other beings that like you don't even know it's around. But we'll see. I guess the other idea for Jack Rabbit's Palace is it could be the entrance to the White Lodge.
Right.
Like Glastonbury Grove is the entrance to the Black Lodge, sort of a thing. And we know he's been to the White Lodge. So maybe
Right.
that's kind of a thing. And
Yeah.
I feel like if anything, that's the coordinates he would want is to get to the White Lodge.
Yeah.
If it's anything we've seen before, you know,
Yeah,
or maybe.
so maybe if that's where the giant is, then maybe Evil Cooper wants to release Experiment into the White Lodge to like take it over or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just again, I think I said this before. Like, I don't want Experiment to just be like a tool of this like you know, this like villain guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna, you know, it turns it again. We were just talking about the Aliens movies, so it turns into that. Like, I'm just gonna
Right.
take this biological destructive force, you know, or supernatural biological destructive force, and unleash it on my enemies.
Right.
I don't know. You know, I just want the White Lodge and Black Lodge to be more, to have more permanence than that, I guess. I mean, we, you know, like when Dougie sort of reverted to his base components, if you will, the bead and the weird face, you know, Mike did shield his eyes as if that was something to not be exposed to. You know, so there is a sense of vulnerability with these beings. You know, Man from Another Place wanted his Garmonbozia back, you know, from Bob. You know, so there's a sense of need, and there's a sense, you know, that maybe they could be vanquished, or they could, you know, be put in various states of discomfort or annihilation. So maybe there is a sense of threat, you know, that they can be exposed to. You know. But it is a very it's a very sci-fi idea to that, you know, that whole thing of like or like the Matrix or something, or you know, like I'm gonna hack all the computers in the world and, you know, and infect everything, or that sort of thing. I want it to be better than that, and maybe you know, there's other details that'll make that more interesting.
It's just my best guess. I don't necessarily think that's what's happening. It's just like I feel like I don't necessarily know enough to have a really solid guess at this point. So like based on what I know, yeah, that's what I got. But yeah, I agree. I would also like it to be something more than that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so maybe Jack Rabbit's Palace is an entrance to the White Lodge, but then that would mean that they go there and then they go to the White Lodge. I mean, maybe we get a sort of mirror sort of scene we had Cooper going into the Black Lodge with
Right.
Harry and Andy waiting outside. So maybe
Yeah.
like Bobby goes into, or Frank goes into the White Lodge while
Mhm.
Hawk and Bobby wait, or Bobby goes in.
Mhm.
Since it's sort of his dad's area.
Right.
And maybe he gets a message. Maybe he just gets a message from his dad or something. Maybe the head
Mhm.
shows up there.
Yeah. That
Um,
seems possible.
and can maybe give some sense about maybe what Mr. C wants or what's really going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just can't imagine they go to the White Lodge proper, and it just seems like it'd be such a weird place, and
Right.
they would be out of place there.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe there's just like another message waiting for him there. Maybe there's some more. Maybe it's a similar place like the Owl Cave, So
Mhm.
maybe there's just like some clues, around.
Yeah.
Why there's 2 days of clues, I don't know. But
Right.
or like the light shines a certain way on
Mhm.
these 2 days, and you can see the clue from the light shining and reflecting, and then if it's outside of those 2 days, you can't see it. I don't know,
Right.
something like that. All right, well, I just was looking at this Diane scene, and her bangles are back on.
Mhm.
I was just confused. I thought
Bangle Watch.
she had them off. Yeah. Bangle Watch 2017. Yeah, she had them off in the previous scene.
Mhm.
I'm really confused. Yeah, and she gets another drink, even though he's closed.
Mhm.
But then she puts her bangles on. Find that interesting.
Mhm.
All right, she's bangling. All right, you ready for the next part?
Yeah. So we go to the Roadhouse. The Chromatics are playing there, and we have Abby and Natalie sitting at a table there. Abby asks, "Where's Angela?" Natalie has no idea. She was supposed to show up last night too. She might be with Clark, but Abby saw Clark and Mary together at the Roadhouse 2 nights ago. Natalie hates Mary, and Angela also hates Mary. Angela is off her meds now, and Angela lost her mom. That's why she's on edge. Then Trick shows up and says he almost got killed, run off the road on the way there, and a farmer pulled him out. Trick goes to get beers. Abby asks if Trick is under house arrest, and Natalie says it's behind him now.
Wow. Which one's taller? I feel like it's one of those old elementary school like math word problems.
Right.
Where
Yes.
it's like, yeah, Susie's 2 inches taller than Billy, and Billy's 5 inches taller than Ted.
Yep.
Wow.
Following up to Audrey's scene with this is just like, oh god.
What is it with the Roadhouse and this booth with like the
Yeah,
most random ass
people.
characters like sit at this booth, and I feel like they don't exist outside of this booth here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if any of this matters. I mean, the one with the armpit rash, like I thought maybe that would tie in, with something. But this stuff, like the only thing here that I was really able to get something potentially was like the whoever like was running Trick off the road, like maybe that's something significant.
This seems like Richard.
That's who I would guess also.
Yeah, but it also seems like Farmer could have been Billy.
Right.
Pulling him out.
And that would be weird if it's like Billy's alive and like he saved someone. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I agree. It's very disconnected from everything. It's random characters we don't know talking about this. I mean, at least in the Charlie Audrey scene, at least Audrey's in it.
Yeah, and it's like her first scene back, so
yeah. So it's like we at least have some connection, but like here we don't know any of these people, and they're also talking about off-screen people we don't know. So it's like I don't know. I feel
like the show is gonna be running out of names pretty soon. Like they're gonna just use up all the names that there are available in the world.
They're trying. They're getting really close. Yeah.
The other line I found interesting was that I guess who is it? Is it Angela's mom that she lost? Angela lost her mom.
Angela lost her mom. Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing is that Angela's missing,
Right.
Which connects to Billy / Farmer being missing,
seemingly,
which connects to somebody else is missing. Oh, the French woman who's in town because her mother's friend's daughter is missing.
Right.
But it's weird. It's very close to being Angela, but I guess Angela is missing, but then she didn't necessarily lose her mom.
Right.
Or I should say the French woman's mother's friend's daughter didn't necessarily lose her mom. Anyway. That is, you're right. That is in Buckhorn. Oh, that doesn't help. Damn it.
Yeah, sorry.
I was trying to tie these together.
It's a good try.
But there is this thing about missing people,
True.
Which is interesting. Is Angela tied to Richard?
I was wondering about that. Is Angela Tina? That doesn't really make sense, but it's gonna be too much. And Clark is also Richard.
Yeah, Clark is Clark Chuck and Richard, and my name is Richard Charles Clark Horn.
Yeah, something's up there. But yeah, I mean, that's a good catch. Angela's missing. I don't know if Angela matters.
Mm-hmm.
As much as, it seems like the Billy thing is at least on a plot level. But there's just no context for this. Who this could be, why this would connect to anything we know about. I mean, maybe it is connected to Richard, but...
There's also a thing where it's almost always women in this booth talking.
True.
I don't know why we're getting. I mean, is there any way where this is gonna really get all of these booth scenes are gonna get resolved?
No way. It seems like randomness to me, but again, because of my Bing skepticism, I'm chastened to hastily conclude that something is just kind of a filler scene for a transition point ending or something. But I feel like the number of names here is just kind of outrageous for six parts to clear up. So I feel like this can't all matter, but maybe some of it will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trix getting run off the road could matter plot-wise. I mean, just be a detail about...
That might just be a reference to something they go back to later.
Yeah.
We see the other side of that, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if Richard ends up killing Billy and Audrey finds out, that's going to be bad.
Yeah, which is why I want to... understand if that's just some bizarre coincidence or not, because it's weird.
Maybe Richard didn't kill Billy. Maybe he kidnapped Billy.
Could be.
And then, but he they go somewhere off, and then they have maybe Richard's because maybe he does know he's having an affair with his mother, and maybe he doesn't want to kill him because of that or something.
Right.
And then this threatens him somewhere out in the woods and then lets him go. And then he speeds off and almost runs Trick off the road. And then Farmer Billy is there to help him. That could work.
Yeah. Could be.
That's something, but...
It's something.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I don't know why there's all of these scenes with these people who we don't know just talking.
Yeah.
And it's always this booth. This is like the talk booth.
Yeah.
Strangers talking booth.
Yep.
Okay, well.
There it is.
There it is. That's our episode. That's our part.
Part 11. Or 12, sorry.
Part 12, yeah.
Part 12. It's over now.
Yeah, so I assume the next part, like you said, will be back to Mr. C and Dougie.
Yeah. Anything we haven't spent a lot of time with for a while seems likely they'll go back to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else is up for. Yeah, I guess I hope to see the Sheriff Truman and the other officers go to Jackrabbit's Palace. And then we can see what's up there.
Yeah.
And then I assume Gordon and the whole Blue Rose Task Force or the new Blue Rose Task Force, I should say, is the new Fed Trout, the new Blue Rose Task Force. I think there needs to be a new Bookhouse Boys, but they haven't said that yet.
True.
But I do think like that should be the end of the show when Cooper comes back and they add it's like a big problem and he needs the Bookhouse Boys and they bring in Bobby too and maybe that's Jesse's new car. Maybe they'll need a new fancy car.
Oh God!
And Jesse just bought one. He's got a brand new car, and they'll have to let him be a Bookhouse Boy just so they can use his car.
That's funny, and yeah, why not?
I can see the Bookhouse Boys needing to assemble for the last fight. One last Bookhouse adventure.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll do it.
That's it.
All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back next time with part 13.
All right. See you next time.